sees, on olemas. Olemas. Tere hommikust, good morning, dear Ukrainian friends, dear friends of Ukraine, mayors, excellencies. Welcome to the event that is called Ukraine Unmuted, Ukrainian Days in Tartu. Project Ukraine Unmuted is a part of the European Capital of Culture Tartu 2024 program and also the European Capital of Culture Bad Ischl Salzkammergut 2024 program. It is implemented by the Cultural Strategy Institute of the city of Lviv and the NGO Virmenska 35 in Lviv with the support of the European Union, the International Renaissance Foundation within the framework European Renaissance of Ukraine project and the Ukrainian Institute. Additional help comes from the University of Tartu, Skytte Institute of Political Studies. I am happy to say that today's discussion is being live streamed on Tartu 2024's social media channels. The live stream should be on by now, so warm welcome also to those who join us virtually. And now I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests and supporters joining us today with the opening words, the Mayor of Tartu, Mr. Urmas Klaas.
Dear friends of Ukraine and Tartu, Honorable Mr. Mayor Sadovyi, ambassadors, on behalf of the city of Tartu, I am very pleased to welcome you all to Tartu, the European Capital of Culture 2024. I am especially happy to say that today we will sign an agreement of twin city friendship between the city of Lviv and the city of Tartu. In that context, I should also mention that, yes, today we celebrate Ukrainian Days here in Tartu, but every day in Tartu belongs also to the Ukraine. I am convinced that this agreement between two cities will give us a new opportunity to deepen our collaboration and will give new possibilities for our people, for our institutions, for our schools, kindergartens, universities. And Lviv has opened new unbroken university in Lviv. Really new opportunities for everyone. Culture has always been a bridge between countries, between our nations. And in that context, I also wish good luck for Lviv, bidding for the title of European Capital of Culture 2030. We discussed with the Mayor of Sadovyi how the city of Tartu can support as current European Capital of Culture those ambitions of Lviv, and I am sure that we will find also possibilities to assist also in that context. So, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mr. Sadovyi, all friends from Ukraine, welcome to Tartu. I wish very safe and pleasant stay here in Tartu. Please discover the city of Tartu as it is. And I am sure that we will have very interesting discussions today, very interesting program, also cultural program tonight. And the most important, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, the Mayor of Lviv, Mr. Andriy Sadovyi.
Tere, my Estonian friends, mayor, ambassadors, dear guests, it is a great honor for me to speak to you. First of all, Mr. Mayor, thank you for invitation. It is my first visit to Tartu. It is a great city, and today we started build special bridge, culture bridge, between Lviv and Tartu, between Ukraine and Estonia. First of all, thank you for support Ukraine. I know that Tartu hosts a lot of internally displaced people from Ukraine, and I know that your clinic hosts other wounded. It is very important for me. Lviv, capital of culture of Ukraine. Next year, Lviv will host European Youth Capital. We thinking about future. In 10 years, we expect decision from Europe about Lviv, capital of culture of Europe. Maybe it is a hard job. Today, Lviv very important for Ukraine, for world, but today Lviv huge humanitarian hub. Every day Lviv hosts wounded from different region. Every day Lviv hosts internally displaced people. And all time we thinking about education, about culture. We invest money to these topics, but these topics, it is our bedrock. I expect a good solution after this conference. And we must be very, very close. Russia was, is, and will all time source of threat for Lviv, for Estonia, and all democratic countries. We fight today together about our future, about our perspective. I am big optimist. I understanding my special mission Ukrainian people in this moment. I believe in Ukrainian victory. You must believe in Ukrainian victory. Only together. Never give up. Only victory. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Ambassador of Ukraine to Estonia, Excellency Mr. Maxim Kononenko.
Honorable Mayor of Tartu, dear Urmas. Honorable Mayor of Lviv, dear Andriy. Dear Marius. Dear Tartu 2024 community, dear Ukrainians. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today at the opening of the Ukrainian Days of Ukrainian Culture in Tartu. And this pleasure is threefold. First, because of the sentence, Ukrainian culture. This sentence resonates deeply in the heart of every Ukrainian. Russian full-scale invasion boosted not only Ukrainian resistance, but also Ukrainian cultural life. Now, Ukrainian artistic and cultural life is vibrant. The threat of death looming over Ukraine and every Ukrainian makes us feel more intensely and inspires even greater creativity. We have learned to fight and die for our values. And this readiness to die for life frees us from any enslavement or coercion, making us free. The Russians may destroy us physically, but they will never again make us slaves. Liberation from enslavement also demands the restoration of justice. For too long, we have lived in the shadow of the Russian and Soviet empires, which appropriated everything Ukraine produced and labeled it made in Russia. We were political and cultural white spot in the heart of Europe. We remain terra incognita for many historians, writers, journalists, art critics, musicologists. The absence of knowledge about Ukraine leads to oblivion, oblivion to enslavement, enslavement to the usurpation and erasure of Ukrainian identity. It is critical for us to break this vicious circle and to reclaim our place in the global and European cultural context. It is just as important as winning on the battlefield, sustaining our economy, or bringing Ukrainians back home. The days of Ukrainian culture present our heritage to the world, coloring in the blank or white spot of oblivion with the vibrant colors of the Ukrainian flag. Secondly, I take genuine pleasure in the fact that this event is taking place in Tartu, and most symbolically as a part of the European Capital of Culture Tartu 2024 program. Politically, economically, and bureaucratically, our path to the European Union may be more difficult and longer than we would like, but our music, our literature, our art already integrated into the common European space. We already feel ourselves as a part of the larger European family, united not only by common European values, but also by shared cultural codes. I'm confident that the days of Ukrainian culture in Tartu will once again prove this. Finally, I feel special pleasure in the fact that today the mayor of Lviv, Mr. Andriy Sadovy, has joined us. He has come to Estonia to sign a partnership and cooperation agreement between Lviv and Tartu. Both cities are cultural capitals of their countries. Both are major university centers with an active, young and vibrant student community. And both are strong bastions of national identity and statehood. Estonians say that the spirit of Estonia lives in Tartu. Lviv has also always preserved the spirit of Ukrainian freedom and free thought, regardless of tyrants and empires. There are the qualities that unite us and provide a solid foundation for cooperation to create a better world, a prosperous and peaceful future for the generations of Ukrainians and Estonians to come. I wish for this partnership to endure for many years and to bear fruitful results. Slava Ukraini! Ela Esti!
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. The director of the Cultural Strategy Institute, Ms. Julia Homin, please.
Greeting, dear ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted that this day is finally came and we can be with you in person. It's a big honor to be in your wonderful city and present you Ukraine Unmuted project. For us, Ukrainians, it's incredibly important to have this voice and to continue speaking to the world with the language of culture. We are grateful for Tartu, European Capital of Culture 2022 team, for all City Tartu, for giving for us this possibility, for your support and understanding of why this matters. I also would thank all people of Estonia who support us. It's very valuable and important for us in our darkest times. We have 2 days of Ukrainian cultures ahead of us. We are looking forward for a big program, for discussion, conversation, performances, and presentation. I would like to thank the ambassador of Ukraine to Estonia, Mr. Maxim Kononenko, the mayor of this city of Tartu, Mr. Urmas Klas, and the mayor of our home city, Mr. Andrei Sadovy, for support and for giving this possibility and for their support and giving this cooperation possible. I believe that we have this cooperation in the future too. We Ukrainians in Ukraine have one special tradition. In the Day of Ukrainian Language and Literacy, we write a nationally unity dictation. This year, this dictation was written by Ukrainian writers and public intellectual Oksana Zabushko. And I would like to end my short welcoming speech with the last line of this dictation. No one will ever again silence or stifle our voice. Вже нікому і ніколи не вимкнути наші голоси. Ukraine Unmuted.
Thank you, Julia. And finally, the CEO of the Tartu 2024 Foundation, Mr. Kuldar Leis.
Dear mayors, dear ambassadors, European capital of their guests also. European Capital of Culture Tartu 2024 is the biggest joint cooperation ever in southern Estonia and in Tartu. We have more than 1,500 events for this year by now. And our artistic concept is Arts of Survival. I like this slogan very, very much. But this Arts of Survival meaning is a knowledge, skills and values what helps us lead a good life or better life in future. But this meaning was from 2019. After that came COVID, when Russian aggression to Ukraine, when economic crisis. And it means that for now, this meaning of Arts of Survival is much, much wider. But all our projects are under this Arts of Survival name. I give some examples also what we made together with Ukraine people. For example, a little bit more than a year ago, I was working in my office and suddenly there was like a concert here in this room. And this was like a practicing for young Ukraine ladies before the concert. It means that we gave our premises for young Ukrainian singers for practicing. It's like a small sample. Then in February, there was a film festival, Ukraine Breakthrough Years, in Estonian National Museum. I visited also this festival, and a very nice moment was when one mis see editor või, mis on see looja, filmilooja?
Oh yeah, director.
Yeah, let's say a director of a documentary filmmaker was in Ukraine, and we took a call to Ukraine, and we asked the questions how she made this film. And then my question was that, okay, this is a current situation, but what is your plan how to build up the Ukraine? And then the answer from the Ukrainian side was very long and very, very, very clear. So when in summertime, in July, there was in our Car-Free Avenue, there was a project, Kaleidoscope of Emotions. It was camouflage, but not as a typical camouflage, but a colorful camouflage with ideas. When this Ukraine Unmuted program, it's in the end of our year also here. Then I have one personal touch also with Ukraine, with Lviv, because it was year 2009, and I was working in the biggest Baltic ice cream company, and we visited Lviv ice cream company to make a new cooperation with them. And when I saw Lviv, when I was sure that one day I will be back, because this city was so nice. And now, if Tartu and Lviv will be twin cities, I'm sure that I will be back there. Not as an ice cream maker, but but like I don't know who, but like a visitor and friend. And one more fresh idea what I came some minutes ago was that if Lviv is thinking seriously to be a European capital of culture, then a small support for what we will give from the Tartu side, one support is that we can share the meaning of arts of survival from our side. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Kuldar. Thank you for the speeches. They are needed for such a special occasion. Mr. Mayors, unfortunately, need to discover Tartu, and they're going to the Estonian National Museum, but they plan to return to the program in the afternoon. So thank you very much and enjoy ERM.
A final message. City Lviv loves City Tartu. Thank you.
I think it's an excellent transition to what we actually have gathered here together today. Let's turn our focus to today's discussion. I will stop here, and I would like to introduce our moderator for today. The stage will be fully hers, and for her guests, very exciting panelists. And this is Oksana Forostyna, who is the curator of today's program. Oksana, thank you for guiding us through these important conversations. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ernie. And I would like to invite my first guests, Yulia Vaganova, Syria Helme, and Daphne Tollis. No, I have one. Thank you. So I will now tell more about our guests today and about our topic. Ernie, thank you very much for the introduction again, and thank you for all of you for coming. This discussion is a part of the project Ukraine Unmuted, as you already know, presented by my Lviv colleague from the Cultural Strategy Institute of Lviv, and Vermenska 35, which is again an NGO. In Lviv, we do it for the third time. We did it 2 years ago in Kaunas, we did it in Lublin, and every time we were supported by International Renaissance Foundation in Ukraine, and this project is also supported by the European Union. And it is a part of the Tartu 2024 European Capital of Culture program. We are very, very grateful to our hosts. And here in Tartu, we will have three panelists for every discussions. We try to balance it to cover each topic from different angles. We brought our Ukrainian guests, and we are very happy to have a luxury to have our Estonian panelists and our panelists from other countries. Today we have Daphne Tollist, who is a journalist and producer and documentary filmmaker from Greece. Daphne is based in Athens, and Syria Helma is definitely known in this audience. I feel it already, and well known in Estonia as far as I know. She is now CEO of Art Museum of Estonia Foundation and a former general director of Art Museum of Estonia, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and also a member of several international organizations, including, for example, ICOM. And my compatriot Yulia Vaganova is from Kiev. She is Director General of Boris and Varvara Hanenko Art Museum, which is a huge collection of European, Eastern, and ancient art. Yes, this collection is now, of course, hidden. Most of it. So basically, I would start with asking Yulia to start our discussion, which is called "How to Stay Afloat When Nothing is Certain." That's actually my first question to Yulia, because she came to museum not long before the invasion in October 2021. We already knew at this point that something is coming. So in this crucial moment, Yulia had to basically to save the collection, to save the museum. That was the first challenge. The second challenge was the missile that came to us from Russia and landed on the playground just in front of the museum, the building in the very center of Kiev. So that was another experience which would be a nightmare for every museum director in the world. So, and I would like to invite Yulia and tell us how she went through it.
Thank you. Do we need microphone? Yes. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Good day to everyone. Thank you for being here with you. And as Oksana mentioned, Yes, I came to the museum several months before the full-scale invasion. Before I used to work in the Mistecki Arsenal, it's a big institution, and Ukrainian National Art Museum. And my first background, it's a Center for Contemporary Art, which I grew and have a background of also contemporary art curator. Talking about the museum, yes, the collection is conservated. We use this terminology. You have to understand that unfortunately there is no safe place in Ukraine wherever collection is now placed. So unfortunately, it's not saved if to talk about the collection, not in the saved place, because just no safe place, unfortunately. When we are talking about the institution and museum, we are quite a classical, quite academical museum of Western European, Eastern and Islamic, or Asian and Islamic art, how we call it right now. It's really, it calls Bogdan and Varvara Hanenko Museum, Art Museum, because the collection grows from the private collection of the end of the 19th, beginning of the 20th century, quite usual story for every European, for many European museums actually. And we don't have Ukrainian collection at all. We have only this art, and our art is from Egypt time till the beginning of the 20th century. And now we have empty space, so we don't have collection on the walls at all. And for us, it's a main question, actually, how to deal with this situation. And we raise this question, how we could help to our society and what is institution during such a turbulence time. And we understood that we have to be open. So we opened in May 2022 again, and from this time, museum never closed its doors. And we are working with the different projects, with the contemporary artists, with the contemporary opera, with the musicians, with the private collectioners, because private collectioners could take risks on his own or her own on the collection. But what is important for us? For us it's important to raise question how to balance between erasing the memory of the space, because when you're going and walking through the empty museum, you start to forget what it used to be here before. And re-ownership the history of this institution through the emptiness. Sometimes I will make it, I will explain it. Sometimes, to be honest, it's easier to make this ownership through the empty space, because all the institutions in Ukraine more or less were built on the Soviet frame museum agenda. So museums were the political tool. And also Museum of Western European and Eastern Art, how it calls during the Soviet time, it also was a political institution. It was served the certain messages for during the Soviet time, to be not critical, to be a place with the nice pictures, to be a place for the international delegations, and to be a place for celebrating a friendship between Soviet Union and particular country, like, I don't know, India or Hungary or whatever we had friendship countries during the Soviet Union time. And now it's a question how we could actually to agree and to be honest to ourselves and to tell us that yes, we were actually political institution and serve Soviet agenda, and how to make this re-ownership and to find the new way how institution could work in these times. So this is a make balancing between re-ownership and not a law to erase memory. And this is the way how we're working, doing the different exhibition and all the time, and project all the time, try to find the connection with the history of the institution. I mean, the ground of the collection, how it was founded, what was the main mission of the private person who decided to make the great collection and to make a gift to the society of this collection. Another thing what we are talking and what we are working and thinking about every day, of course, it's a physical preservation of the collection, but not only the building itself. And Oksana mentioned that it was a missile attack in October, and because of this attack on 10th of October, museum, all facade windows, part of the roof of the museum and part of the doors inside museum and outside, they were broken. because of the wave after the explosion. The rocket hit the ground 20 meters in front of the museum. Yes, it's really a nightmare, to be honest, for every director of the institution. And how to save and preserve the collection and the building. Saving and preserving the collection and building means not only to hide it, because it's not possible sometimes, but also to save people who has a knowledge about the collection, about the heritage, and about the history. Because if we will not save the people, it will be just artifacts for the Kunstkamera. We just will have the history like, I don't know, Maya civilization, when we know that it was a civilization, but we don't know exactly how to use it right now. So for us, it's very important to save people and to let people work, to have a dignity and feeling the dignity of the profession, of the researchers or people who are saving the artifacts. This is another issue which we are working on all the time. As I mentioned, to be helpful for the society and to be the place of the resistance and solidarity, because when we opened the doors in May 2022, it was a place that people were just could come and to be together in the yard, having coffee and having different discussion and musician concerts. Kyiv was empty by that time, but as we realized, it was very important for the people. For example, first workshop we've done about how to pack your very important things, your valuable things, because we are, of course, professionals in packing museum objects. So that's why we share this experience with the people who really want to save photos or some, I don't know, artifacts which they have in building. And last but not the least, it's connected with the collection and it's connected with the cultural diplomacy, because we do believe that to preserve collection means not to hide, but to show the collection. And this is another direction which we are working for. We are trying to make different projects with our international partners to present the collection. So we made several exhibitions in Vilnius, in Warsaw, in Paris, in Louvre we had an exhibition, and now it's the second one in the Louvre Lens, the filial of the Louvre. We had project also, we are planning project in Germany and in Italy, so for us it's important to walk and to show the collection, because this is the way how we could talk about the Ukraine and how we could talk about our common background with Europe, because Ukrainians actually grows from the same collections as the Europeans. I mean, the classical art, old masters, also a lot of Chinese art, Japanese art, Iranian art, all these things which help us not to capsulate in our traditional culture, but to grow our culture and to make the new ideas and to grow the new ideas. So this is how we are working and why we are working now during the war and not closing the institution.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you pass it to Syria? Sorry, because
yeah. I have. Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Syria, in Ukraine, we usually say that we knew that coming. At most cases, people say we knew this coming since Georgia, 2008. But actually, it started. I mean, the threats we have to deal now. It started not from Georgia. It started from Estonia in 2007. With cyber attacks on Estonian institution. And throughout these years, Estonia was actually the most, I think I will not be exaggerated, the most aware country of the risk that's coming. You totally can say, we told you so. So can you tell us a little bit how Estonian institution and your institution is particularly prepared has been prepared to the risks, different risks coming from this year, and what changed lately?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I don't think that anybody can be really be ready for such kind of event, such kind of war. Nobody. We can draw every plans and do everything, and we're still doing but reality gives their own tools. And I'd like to firstly thank you, Julia. I looked your film about this, what you have done. And I was surprised. I was surprised how finally it was a positive. You had some solution, what you have done, all this idea about these empty spaces, to fill these empty spaces with something else, not to lose your memory. So this was, I have to show to my colleagues also, because anyway, I would say that Estonians are not very emotionally good shape today because of all this, what is going on in the world. And I think, I can't say on the name of others, but museum workers, especially who are working in collections, they are very under stress, I would say. And we have our plans, indeed. We have worked already 2 years, sitting around the tables, drawing and training and etc., etc. And of course, we have the question what to do our material heritage. And also something, as you said, there is no place how to hide it in Estonia. It's just a tiny place in the world. And some things goes out, but anyway, 90% will stay in Estonia. And what happened with them? So at this point, the future is not so inviting. But maybe I also will reply to your question. But firstly, I would say that after this 2007, it has been already a long time ago. So anyways, in large scale, the picture in museum world is rather good. I make compliments to my colleagues from Estonian museums. Of course, we all have problems, finance problems, other problems, but basically, most of our museums are very, how to say, innovative, very professional, and very fastly kind of developing. And this happened, was it kind of, yeah, it was before the war. We counted visitors in our tiny country, more than 3 million visitors in museums. It's not bad at all. Of course, we can't compare state or Pompidou Center, etc. But how many people actually live in Estonia? And of course, there was also tourists, but we can't remember that it was before war, was a COVID. So we survived the COVID. We hope very much together with Ukraine. We survive the war because we don't know what's happened tomorrow. But I believe everything what was said today here. There is, anyway, only way we can hope, and no other ways. So in museum and in Estonian culture, in a large scale, I think everything is okay. And just a few words about our since today. In our museum, as I was presented as a museum director, yes, I have been already 18 years. I started in 2006, just before this what happened in Tallinn, mostly in Tallinn, not in, I don't know anything about Tartu so much. It was in Tallinn, happened also. And it's the biggest art museum in Estonia. We have from medieval age up today, up to contemporary art. We have 5 buildings. 2 of them are really old, from 14th and 18th century buildings, which belong to our foundation, because from 2016 we are foundation, which means that we actually working on the basis of like a business company. Which means that we are working, we have to keep a balance between money and between our aim to be professional and reliable art museum. It's not easy, but anyway, it gives us a certain freedom and finance freedom. So I think the pluses is a bit more as a minuses, but it needs work. And anyway, we are working as a normal museum with partners and international relations. Everything is working And but at the last year and after the 2006-7, which was not only a cyber attack, it was physical attack actually. It was nobody couldn't expect it, what will happen. It was a real riot in the middle of Tallinn. Shops were robbed, everything was, and even some really hurted people. This was, nobody could believe that something happens in our very quiet, small town, Tallinn. But after that, of course, we all know, we both know that we have a very unreliable partner, but we kind of forgot to think about it. But after that, of course, it's permanent. We just physically sometimes feel behind. And of course, after this 24th of February, which Estonians are celebrating Independence Day. And my family families are always together and celebrating. And in my family, I have grandsons in the age of 18, 17, basically on the same level, four grandson. And then we were sitting after this announcement by TV, and then my oldest grandson were looking to the youngers and said, listen, he just came back from our defense forces, yeah. And it's the most radical, as we are calling it, group, or I don't know, thinking for attacking, the first attack. And he said, yes, I'm the first, and then you will come. It was message, we all will maybe die. And it was, so we were all sitting, and I was thinking my nice dear grandson, and they were sitting like a small kids around the table and said, of course, we have to go. Anyway, it's now it's talking. It was incredible moment, and that's why I think many Estonians were thinking at the same moment, and that's why you're so much supporting Ukraine, because we know we are with you. There is nothing to say. We are the same situation. We have simply been lucky until now. Anyway. And what's the problem now? Problem with our culture is now that our economy is not a very good shape. I would say awful shape. And culture was, and several cuts, taxes are raising, but the biggest cuts are for culture, 13.5%. And already, it's a discussions already from the spring when started the discussions about next year finance budget, state budget, and Estonians basically quite not very people ready for riots or something. We are not like a French people. So in any case into the streets and burn some cars, and then it's okay. We are quite, quiet. But in last, I would say last 5 months, the debate about culture and the importance of culture is a very hot topic, actually. And cultural people, including myself, we are trying to write articles, we are talking in our broadcasts, and the main question is, okay, cuts have been decided, we can't change it anymore, it's the state budget. But we are just wondering, what is the plan for the next years? What's the plan? And how the state is looking to the culture? But what's the role of culture? Do you understand what the culture is? And for us for me also personally, culture is a security problem. If we are losing something in our culture, if we are losing emotionally, then we are losing also in the war. There is no hope that if people don't believe anymore that our identity, our culture, our position here in this land it's not important anymore. So why we need a state at all? It was my question 2 weeks ago in broadcast. If you don't think that culture is important, then if you are just losing the, how to say, blood, vereringe. Yeah, blood circulation, exactly. And the body, if state is body, and the body doesn't have any more blood circulation, we don't need this kind of state. So, and the debate is going on and on and on, because finally, I'm very happy to say that finally, cultural people decided to say, we are absolutely sure that we are so important. Culture is so important for Estonians, because already at the beginning of 20th century, we all know this slogan that yes, Estonian is a small in territory, small in number of people, but we are great in our spirit. So we keep in our mind from childhood. So we thought that everybody knows and everybody is behaving according to that. But so you see, no, it's only you're thinking so in such a way. So anyway, it's a quite big movement already in the cultural situation now, and also, but we don't blame it. We are just looking for plan. If plan A is now, we're looking for plan B. We're looking for future, what to do, how to do, and of course. Now we have these two problems, our economy but of course this is small if you compare what comes out from outside. How it's international situation, political and of course security situation is going more problematic day by day. And that's why I should also did ask what we will do to be prepared. I don't even know how to prepare for such kind of things. I really don't prepare. As I said, we have different plans. We know that we have to send our most valuable heritage. Was it France, I think? But it's not said indeed, but somewhere far away. France is a big country. I don't know where. and I personally know that we can keep in our museum one car, because it's also cars immediately will be taken for army, but we can keep one car to maybe to pick up from other museums. To Kumu is the newest building, and -3 level are really depots which are insecure. Maybe if I don't know, the technology shows that. But basically, yeah, as I said, 90% of our heritage. Where to hide? We can hide somewhere. During the Second World War, the places were in villages and small churches in villages. But it was Second World War. It was, it's an uncomparable technology at this time. Now we decided that in the Kumu, our newest museum, is really the only place. There's no sense to take out to some church village. They are absolutely unsecure. Who is taking care of our, I don't know, 14th century wood sculpture? Nobody is not standing and taking care. So it's anyways a place where we collecting all this. That's why all these items, and that's why we need also a car, which I am very thankful that we can have this car. Anyway, it's very much necessary. But it's this way of thinking, what we had some 60, 70 years ago, doesn't work. And as I said, Estonia is so small, there is no place to hide away. Simply. If we have talked that how many minutes takes for Air Force to come from behind the Narva to Tallinn? 2 minutes, maybe. I don't know. So it's a really also somehow existential question. If something happens, we are ready. But sometimes thinking, and of course we are reading every day in newspaper how it goes, and worse and worse and worse and worse. So maybe, but it means that emotionally, I think very many people are already not so healthy anymore. and we can see it. And I think maybe you have to give more positive information. I'm very critical about press because you never know what comes against the next news, and that's why I think. I have talked also with our Minister of Culture, and she's a nice lady and she knows everything. But what she can do? Nothing. She's alone in this. She's a part of government, which is a decision, is government decision. She's a part of government. That's all. But we are trying to work out some more positive program, because if culture will lose the aim, then really then we have lost everything. So we really have to fight for this spirit what Estonians believed as a beginning of the 20th century, that yes, we are so small, there is no place to hide away, but we are big in spirit. This is my hope. Thank you.
Daphne, you came from Greece, and you can tell us about other kind of risk, because we are very, very close to the Russian border here as we see it, and we mostly talk about military, the war risks, and Greece faced recently another kind of risk, even more unpredictable, I guess. And again, no one was prepared, as far as I understand. Could you please tell us more about communities, but also about cultural institutions? Because that's another thing that people actually is coming to your country for the cultural heritage and cultural institutions.
Exactly. Thank you so much for inviting me here, and thank you for everyone that came here today. It's lovely to be here. I'm from Greece, Athens. I was born in Canada, and I work as a freelance documentary filmmaker and journalist, and I've been covering all the crises in Greece in the recent years. As you said, the press is always mostly about negative things, and that is true, and no, I know that because I work in Greece, and that's how I got into journalism, coming from a documentary background. It's when when the financial crisis hit Greece very badly, and we were on the news every day about to exit the euro, the eurozone. We had the referendum, we had the term Grexit, which then, you know, there was Brexit as well, but at the time Grexit was very popular. Bank closures, capital controls, that was all in 2015, so 9 years ago. We lost, you know, the GDP, salaries and pensions were slashed. We're still reeling from this financial crisis, to be honest. And then we had the refugee crisis, again, something that we were not prepared for. Thousands of people coming to the shores of Greece, the Greek islands, from the Turkish coast. They were crossing in boats in the thousands every day on the islands, and basically Greece was a transit country for people going to Germany, Austria, Sweden, Denmark, seeking for a better life. Syrian, Afghans, Iraqis. It's still going on, but it's not so much in the news anymore. But it's not, of course, in the same numbers. And recently, in the last few years, again, Greece was in the news a lot with the fires and the flooding, especially with these recent wildfires that we had starting in 2018, the deadliest of all in Mati, which was a resort near Athens, and people were trapped there. After the fire started, there was a bad plan, let's say, bad evacuation plan. It wasn't actually really an evacuation, so people got stuck there and died in this fire, and this sparked and started a whole different chapter in Greece of how to deal with these kinds of crises. We didn't know, of course, at the time. No one knew at the time what was going to to be like in the next years, you know, the climate change and how it was going to affect Greece and in what way, because we weren't, I mean, we were kind of used to having fires, yes, every year, but maybe not in this intensity and this frequency that we've seen the last, let's say, 4 years since 2000, 4 years so far. This was very traumatic for the Greek people, the fire in 2018, and ever since then we've had fires every year and big fires. We even have a new term now which we call mega fires. You know, fires that persist for a long time. They're very difficult to fight and very difficult to put out. Any, you know, even with any resources, it's difficult to access these places, and firemen have, you know, limited resources. But even with these resources, it's just sometimes impossible to battle these fires that can go on for days on end. And of course, this happens all over Greece. It's not just in Athens, where, you know, almost half of the country lives in Athens, and it's become a very touristy and popular destination. Again, after COVID, we've seen record numbers of tourists visiting Greece, but also Athens, and for the landmark, of course, which is the Acropolis. People come there to see the Acropolis and the Acropolis Museum, but also other sites in Greece, which have also faced threats several times, like the ancient site of Olympia in the Peloponnese has been threatened several times. It's the birthplace of the Olympic Games in recent years. The island of Evia, 2021, there was a massive fire that was going on for days again. A very iconic picture that was, I think, on Newsweek or cover of an elderly lady looking up in the sky, and in the background it was flames behind, and her house it was looking like it was on fire, and she was looking up in the sky, and this made, you know, it became viral all over the world. I went back to this village in March, the same village on the island of Evia, which had flooded last September. So some of these areas that faced and had to fight with these wildfires were then affected by flooding, the same areas, the same villages, which is something that, of course, scientists will tell you that it's possible to happen when you have a wildfire and the trees are burnt down. Then your next threat is flooding and water, especially if this water comes in unprecedented amount, like it did with Storm Daniel. We had water of, let's say, that should be spread out over the course of a year, fall in 24 hours. So no matter how much you have prepared for that, this is something that you can't really deal with when it happens. Now we've seen Valencia, what is similar, having all this amount of water falling in 24 hours or 48 hours. You can't fight that. This is something that you just have to prepare as much as you can, and then mitigate or deal with the aftermath, which is always tends to be dramatic. So now Greece has started this discussion. This discussion has been sparked about how to preserve the cultural heritage, the traditions, even the small villages which are part of the culture of Greece and part of what people are attracted to when coming to Greece. They come to see all these monuments, of course, the museums, but they also come to see other, you know, the smaller villages, the little idyllic places which have been there for thousands of years. And now there is a real turn of trying to find ways to preserve and protect these ancient sites, these cultural institutions, these places across the country from the natural disasters, from the climate change, but also from human impact. So talks about how to preserve the Greek identity in these times of the escalating challenges that we see with climate, but also with tourism. Having said that, tourism is a major vital source of income for Greece, but at the same time it poses other questions of sustainability, whether these sites, monuments, museums, how can they handle large amounts of people over a shorter period of time, which is a 3 or 4 months season. Now there are talks of limiting numbers of tourists on islands like Santorini, for example, and Mykonos, with cruise ships that they're coming, or imposing a fee. These are being discussed at the moment. There were plans about we have to limit them, or put some ticket, let's say, that people will pay per head, per person, in order to limit these numbers of people coming in a very short period of time, which creates its own stress onto, of course, the local community, but also the museums, the people working there, everything there is a challenge, to kind of you can't to deal with such large numbers of people when you're visiting a site or a museum or anything. It becomes increasingly difficult for those working in these fields and in tourism industry. And on top of all of that, you have the heat waves, which again, we are used to having heat waves in the summer in Greece. I remember growing up, and every summer we were like, you're not going to go out between 12 and 4 o'clock. It's when the sun is intense and the heat is in its peak. You have to stay in the shade. You have to wear light clothes. You have to wear a hat. You have to drink water, eat light meals. This is something that when you grow up in Greece, you're used to it. But it is also the summertime when most people will visit the country, and they also have to deal with these challenging temperatures, which most people will not be used to. So they want to see more of Greece, and they come out and try to take advantage of the day, the sunlight and everything that maybe in other countries is not so common. I mean, we've had this summer, we haven't had like one cloudy day in 5 months. So it's been constant sun. And the earliest heat wave to record was in June, actually. It was the hottest month in record. And as a result of that, there were also tourists that came to visit the Greek islands, walk, do some hiking, see the villages, see the cultural landscape of Greece, see Greece in general, swim, enjoy. And there were also deaths, tourists like dying on these islands or getting lost, and they were for days they were not found. Some are still missing, and one that you might know was Dr. Michael Mosley. He was from the UK, and he came to the island of Simi, and he went on a hike, walking between some villages, and then a few days later, after a huge search and rescue operation, he was found. That he had died. He was seen in a CCTV camera walking through at some point, at some specifically time and date stamped on the CCTV footage, and then his wife was looking for him, and after a search and rescue effort, he was found, and possibly as the coroner, the autopsy followed, was because of heat exhaustion, heat-related death. Possibly with other health issues that I don't know if he did have or not, but at least we know that he was walking in the middle of the day when the heat was unbearable. It was very humid as well. And he had just come. It was his first day in Greece. So similar cases, French, Dutch people, French tourists that were lost and found later on hiking trails or on paths on different islands that people go to visit as tourists, but also to see cultural sites, landmarks, monuments, museums, because there is a saying in Greece that we say between us, and anywhere you dig in Greece, you will find antiquities below, which means that we are aware of how many monuments, how many ancient ruins are there, and we have all these sites that people can visit. We have all these museums, smaller ones and bigger ones across Greece, and it's still going on. There's excavations, archaeological happening almost all year round. Well, not so much in the winter, but in the summer, which is again challenging. I was in the ancient site of Delphi this summer with a French team that were doing some excavations there. The heat again was challenging. You know, they work from 7 o'clock until 2 o'clock, and under the heat with umbrellas, with hats, with everything, trying to preserve these sites, trying to do their scientific research and actual excavations as they do. So it is a challenging landscape. It is, I mean, the climate landscape is challenging. There is this irony as well, not irony, but like a paradox that we need, you know, we need tourism it is as a big part of our industry, of our financial sustainability, but at the same time we need to somehow find ways to protect these cultural sites, this heritage, these institutions from the impact of the climate-related changes and the human impact as well.
I already have a question for you. As Syria mentioned this, and you just said about this, there is a business component in, you know, in preserving and managing cultural heritage. And as you said, this, you know, this site, this cultural heritage, this, you know, buildings we all know from our school books, at least, they are cultural heritage, but it is also a resource. And as we know now, this resource is not limitless and it is fragile. So how, maybe you know, how Greece is balancing this, you know, this preservation and business, because actually I think it's even more extreme in case of Greece because of the tourist industry.
Yes, exactly. And that's why there are discussions now of trying to limit the number of tourists coming in, or finding other ways so that the people visiting at a specific time, point in time, are spread out and it doesn't create this overload. This overload will spill out to everyone, the guards working there, the shops, the drivers taking people to the sites, the buses, you know, it creates its own economy on the one side, but the impact as well. This year and last year, it was the first time in recent years that the Acropolis was shut between 12 and 5 o'clock during the day because, again, of heat waves. And this was something that affected temporarily the economy. I mean, some people were against it. They were like, oh, we're losing our income, we're losing the tourists, the guides. What is that? We're not here to babysit the tourists. They know how to deal them, you know, themselves. They can wear a hat, they can take water. Others were like, no, we have this responsibility of protecting visitors who are not aware of how much, you know, the toll can be on this, you know, with the heat while you're climbing the Acropolis and sitting there in the sun and seeing everything and taking pictures, and you don't understand that sometimes you can be suffer from a heat stroke. It's something that you're not, you know, the signs are, when the signs are there, it's too late. So now there are these discussions, which, of course, the business side will not want. You know, the travel agents, the tourism industry will not want that because it is, as I said, you know, it's the number one source of financial income for the country right now is tourism. So many jobs around that. But there are these discussions of how to preserve it and how to make it maybe spread out over the year instead of focused on 4 months, which it was 2 months and now it's 4 months. It's again, but at the same time, we see that the heat and the heat waves that we were used to, they're also spread out in time and intensity. We had heat waves for a few days, but now we've had back-to-back heat waves for the whole course of the summer. So starting from early June until September, we've had temperatures over 37 degrees most of the days. That is a lot. And double that with dry conditions, lack of rain, humidity, it makes it really unbearable. And of course, the storage of the artifacts, the facilities, how to store them in these conditions. This is also something that is challenging, but resources are always kind of directed towards there, because we know it. The people working in museums, they know what the challenges are all the time with especially preserving these artifacts in these extreme conditions.
To add something?
I would like to small comment to what Siri you told. It's impossible to be prepared. You are right. You just cannot be prepared, because we went through the different protocols, recommendation of UNESCO, ICROM, and many other institutions how to be prepared before the crisis situation. When you are bombed, you are not prepared. It's impossible, and it means that you cannot save. And what is going on in Ukraine? It's just by Russia, it's just erasing evidence of our culture. That's why the culture is really the question of the national security. Because, and we're talking now a lot about it also in Ukraine, because once the evidence of your culture, of your nation erased, you are not exist. So that's it. You cannot prove your existence actually as a nation, as a culture, and so on. And it is impossible to save. It's only one way to be as much loud as possible, to make the voices of all the institutions. Maybe it's a little bit pathetical, but really all the institutions around the world very loud to stop and to prevent the wars and to prevent the aggression. There is no other ways. We cannot save. I mean, it's impossible. The only way is to stop the aggression and actually to prevent the aggression, because otherwise we will not the cultures will not survive. And when one could tell that museums are not political one, I know that it's Estonian, it's not such a message at all, but museums are political. And museum means a lot. And what is a museum and culture institution are talking about and how they raise the question, this is really very important for our today agenda. Because when we raise a question and when we talk with our communities, then this is a chance to persuade the people, to persuade our culture, to persuade, our governments, and to persuade, European Union, and on the bigger level, to work more, to stop and to prevent such wars and aggression.
Thank you, Yuri, very much, because exactly, raise a voice. This is so important to be seen, and especially for small cultures like ours. But I just want to remind one absolutely positive moment. It was 3 years ago in Venice, Spain, not in this year, but 2 years ago. It was started, and Ukraine was presented by 2 exhibitions. And anyway, I heard that your president came for the opening, which was absolutely mid of the absolute horror at this moment in Ukraine. And I remember this, the rumors through the Venice Biennial press visitors and everybody, president came in such a moment. It gave such a positive feedback. So I see how culture was supported, how important was culture at this moment for your country. So I always reminded, I'm telling to everybody, that and also to our politicians, how important it was. It simply was. So thank you.
I have question both of you about money, but in different ways. Syria, you mentioned the cuts before, and do you do you deal with these cuts as the human capital issue? Because especially in your sphere, which is honestly a niche, it's quite difficult to to educate a person, the one you can trust your collection, your heritage. That's not the kind of expertise you can pick up on the street. So it's not cheap. So how do you address this problem of human capital in such a sphere as yours?
Yeah, it's as I said, to be a foundation is pluses and minuses. Plus is that actually we are earning 50% money by ourselves. It's not 100,000, it's millions, which means that I am quite free to answer loss 13% because this is what state is giving us, but it's giving only 50% for us. So it's not in numbers so big. And as we are responsible for our own income, which is we are working in our own income, so we are at least quite save our museum and other museums which are foundations too. But this is only one part. I'm talking and we agreed between ours. I know only one museum which actually is losing one or two places, but we definitely can't do it because we have the grown up is so absolutely high level professional community. I don't have anybody to send away, absolutely anybody. So at least by now we have not even talked. I told at the first moment to my people, don't worry. The question is only that I am not sure I can raise salary in this year. Maybe, but let's see. Because inflation, at least that's a percentage of inflation, let me say some 4-5, which is for museums, again, around 1 million, if talking about everybody. But the question is, especially this private organization, which also have been a bit supported by state, and big, for example, big festivals, also our film, biggest, very internationally known film festival, Perth, and yachts festivals, and they are suffering. And also these small, small theaters, small organizations, but where is our, I'm talking about, I'm leading big, and sorry to say, but in compare with some other organization, rich organization, and we can survive. But from where comes for this, but we need this root level cultural life. This is regional politics. This is security. Regional politics is security matter. And this is the question. It's not only about us. We are fine. We can live. But this, how to look the whole picture, the ornament, how it's growing up, this I'm very, very concerned. And this is the debate about now, not about institutions like ours. Even I very much believe that National Museum, Estonian National Museum in Tartu, I very much suggest you to go to see it. It's a very, very, very good museum, if you have not been yet. And also like Maritime Museum, it's a quite rich organization. But exactly the regional politics, regional level, because the new blood comes from this level, not that we have already very good. So this is our concern, and this is a debate about not only some certain persons, but about the whole culture. What is your plan B? If we really have, I understand that the first level is now a question about our security and how to defend us, etc. We all understand it, but don't forget culture, which is, as you said, you have to be seen. If somebody knows us, not because we have some nice industries here, which know, they know Arvo Pärt, maybe some names more, and this is what you have seen.
Yulia, that's for Yulia. Yulia, you mentioned earlier that the task, the mission is to save people. In our Ukrainian case, to save physically, but also save them for the profession, for the industry. I don't know if it's the right word in this case. I can imagine how it works more or less in humanities. It's for Ukrainian academics. They can go abroad, they can teach in the universities in Western Europe or in United States where it's safe, and it's even kind of beneficial for all of us. But I feel that museum is different. So how to save people for Ukrainian museums?
Well, I don't know. I'm very honest. I could comment some strategies or some I don't know, maybe yes, strategies of how people are dealing. Some museums, for example, like our museum, but we're a little bit, again, in the center of the city of Kyiv, in the capital, the one of the most important museum with a collection of the Western European and Asian and Islamic art, with I don't know, Dürer, Goya, Rembrandt, and other masterpieces which we have, not of course like big, like in Louvre, but anyway, we have in the collection. So we have educated people, very intelligent, who know several languages, and these people, when the full-scale invasion started, I tried to find and contact with many institutions abroad to ask for taking these people who left Ukraine on the different position of scholarships in the international museums, so that they could actually benefit from being abroad to raise their professional level and then come back with this actually experience. It happened because some people came back, and it's great because they got a new experience and they will share with the other people. But this is quite unique situation with the big museums where researchers speak foreign languages. The smaller museum, it's a tragedy now, to be honest, because people cut the salaries, because some regions doesn't have money for paying, and sometimes it's really the question to survive for especially on the front line cities and villages. It's a question for survive and to evacuate people. And as in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, sometimes it repeats right now when the Russian troops goes in this speed. Unfortunately, nobody cares. It's difficult to care about the culture and evacuation of and to give the job for the people who are working in the museum. This is a pessimistic part of the story, but it's true. We have to understand that part of the people will not be in the profession, unfortunately. But there is another story also, which gives us optimistic, because otherwise, I don't know, we'll just die. It's a communication and support between the institutions in Ukraine. For example, bigger museums started to help smaller museums because bigger museum has knowledge how to involve grants, how to involve funding from the international foundations, how to operate with the money from the foreign foundation to help the small museums. And this job usually taken by the bigger museum. So they just help smaller museum and try to be such a not mentor, but really like office for us, like offices for the smaller museum, and help them. So this is one thing. Another thing, there's part of the museum which evacuated from the front line. They're sometimes based in other cities. Sometimes the collection based in other cities, and some staff from the museum, which used to be, for example, in Luhansk or Donetsk region, or on the Mariupol, Melitopol, so sometimes they start to work in other institutions in the center of Ukraine or in the west of Ukraine. I think that our colleagues from Lviv actually could tell the excellent story about one of the museum from Lugansk region, when it was just relocated and run all the activity, not all the activity, but again run the activity with another museum in Lviv. So there are several such a story with Khmelnytsky, for example. So the people are not lost, and people find themselves in other institutions. But unfortunately, we don't have a lot of such positive stories. The main problem, unfortunately, it's back to our past, when the museum directors were oppressed a lot, pushed by the regional authorities, when the salary was very low, and that's why nobody wants to work in a small museum. And there are few people who are professionals there, but a lot of people, unfortunately, unprofessional. And it was done during all the Soviet time to make these museums silent and not subjective, and didn't to feel the subjectivity. And that's why sometimes teams and director of the institution, unfortunately, just lost, and are not proactive in using the possibility and saving the people. But I do believe that the most active will survive, and the more active will be actually this force and giving this energy to rerun and rerun the museums with the new visions and with the new missions. Because I do believe that museums actually, they are places who are creating the visions and mission for the whole country. So I do believe that there is a moment when it will happen, and when it's happening already.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess we have some time to open the floor for questions. 5 minutes, right?
10 minutes.
And I see, and I can't see who has mic. Okay, so Karl Henrik, yes.
Very briefly, it's an extremely interesting discussion, and I want to continue by asking a question about this international track. It took until August this year before the UNESCO Heritage Committee for the first time condemned the destruction of cultural heritage by Russia in Ukraine, more than 2.5 years after the start of the full-scale invasion. This is one topic here is institutions, and so my question goes to, mostly to Ukraine, actually. How do you feel about the support of the international art and cultural heritage community? The support coming from Estonia is clear, but in general, the European support and the global support from the international art and cultural heritage community.
Thank you for this question. It's a great support. I'm honest here, and we have a lot of support, and really we feel the support and we are very thankful for all the international institutions, foundations who support Ukraine. Sometimes we have troubles with the bureaucracy, and this is a little bit, and sometimes we have misbalance between rules of the European international foundations who operate in the very in the modus of the civilization. I mean, so the civilized territory, and then you have to go and follow some rules when you're receiving the grants and receiving the help from the foundation. But the misbalance is between that. On the right side of Ukraine, on the east, there is no civilization. And sometimes balancing with the rules of the civilized countries and on-ground situation, when you have uncivilized neighbor nearby, it's quite difficult because you cannot write the protocol of evacuation of some collection from the museum and then report very precise how it was done because you just cannot report. You cannot report because sometimes it's done like it's a wild field. You are dealing like a cowboys, and really it depends only on the personal or some individuals who are crazy and who don't have any scare to run with the car somewhere on the front line to save and to bring from there some collection. So this is one moment when we are disbalanced, but anyway we are finding the way how to deal and how to explain this. But in general, it's a great support and a lot of support for Ukraine on different level. Another problem is that sometimes our authorities are not so active and cannot reply very quickly to the international foundation who used to work with the authorities and, for example, with the Ministry of the Culture or other authorities. But even in this case, foundation, and yes, it's incredible, but they became more flexible with Ukraine because you cannot believe that UNESCO will change the rules because they used to work with the Ministry of the Culture. But now they understand that this is not the way to be efficient, so they start to work with the foundation, with the NGOs and directly with the museum to help and to run some projects which could help the museum. So here's only the positive way how we get this help. The problem only is that physically, anyway, it's difficult to save people and difficult to save heritage. So this help needs for the moment a little bit. I mean, it could help, but if we will not win the war, it unfortunately will not help. Thank you.
Thanks. I have another question. My name is Alina. I'm Ukrainian and I'm from Kyiv. And your Museum of Hanenki, has a very special place in my heart. I used to study just across the park for it and going there very often. And knowing that the rooms are now empty there, it also something that creates this empty space in my heart too. And you mentioned that you feel that the memory about the museum fades away while the halls remain empty. And from my part, I would like to assure you that the memory about the museum, the collection, and the textures of the walls and of the events, they remain in our memory, and in my memory in particular, thousands of kilometers away. So it exists.
Thank you.
And as I would represent the community of Ukrainians in Tartu, we have the organization, the grassroots organization Ukraina Maya for culture here. And we Ukrainians in Tartu have quite a strong community in the spirit, as all the Ukrainians are. And we also choose to be more proactive in our life and our support to Ukraine. And I would like to ask you, in which ways do you think the Ukrainians abroad could benefit your call, could benefit your actions? How could we help you to stay afloat and to reach the goals of the preservation of Ukrainian culture? Those Ukrainians who are not museum experts, specialists, just people who were forced to be away from home.
I will be very short. First of all, thank you very much for this comment that it's not erasing the memories, that it stay in your heart, and it's with you. I think that the community, the community could be active and support with a different, maybe parallel program or with a different discussion programs when there's some exhibition or some project is happened in Estonia or in other countries. So I think it was one of the way. I'm not ready very good for this to answer you right now, but I think and after the discussion we could talk and maybe I will give some more ideas.
Thank you. We can have one more question. Still have a few minutes. Okay, maybe at this point I will thank you for the luxury of having you here for this first discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you for the audience. And now we have 15 minutes for coffee before the next discussion. It will start at 1 a.m. So.
Exactly. Right, yeah. 1 p.m.
1 p.m. Sorry. Thank you.
So, indeed, thank you very much. 15-minute break. We need to leave the room, I assume, because the air has become thick here. Don't mind the noise that comes outside. It's all for good. But really, have a break and see you at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you. It is, welcome back. It is 1 o'clock, which means that it's time for the next discussion for another 75 minutes on important topics. And Oksana will take it over from here.
Okay,
Have a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much. So we have another guest and another topic, very much into the general concept of the Tartu 2022. I would like to read it to make it clear what it's all about. Should we talk about survival only in times of surviving? And we worded it exactly this way because that's part of our internal Ukrainian discussion. Obviously not so known outside of Ukraine, but quite heated inside of the country, and I will ask Oksana Dovopolova, our panelist from Ukraine, to provide us this Ukrainian context, to give us kind of sneak peek into this internal Ukrainian discussions. And Oksana is a professor in at Kyiv School of Economics, quite vibrant private university in Kyiv, and she's also a co-founder and curator of the cultural memory platform Past Future Art, and her field of expertise is memory studies. And full disclosure, Oksana is also a columnist for Ukraina Moderna, one of our opinion columnists, and I'm very happy and very honored to be the editor. So we also have here our host, I may say, from Tartu, Berk Vaher. He's very well known here as the writer, as DJ, and also one of the persons, actually editor of the whole concept, the art of survival, Tartu 2024. And Berk is also a board member of the International Poetry Festival Prima Vista, well known beyond Estonia, and also head of Tartu branch of the Estonian Writer Union. So definitely knows a thing about writers. And Tile von Dam is also kind of host, as Tile spent a year in another European Capital of Culture 2024 in Bad Ischl, as a project manager and as responsible for evaluation and internationalization of the project in Bad Ischl. So, Oksana, coming back to you and Ukrainian context. So the question is it okay to talk about survival only in times of surviving?
Thank you very much. My greetings to all participants and for co-panelists. I'm very proud to be in this company. If to speak about, can we speak about something except survival in a time of survival? We as Ukrainians can witness that we don't speak only about survival. And maybe I will repeat many messages of Yulia Vaganova, who shared her experience as a person from museum and a person who met all these challenges at the beginning of the war and now, not only at the beginning. We can say, we can witness really, that at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, it seemed that we will speak only about survival, because our reality is a reality of war, of survival. We don't know what to wait next minute, not next year, but next minute, next day. And it seemed, and from outside, it seemed that we will speak only about the questions of survival. But the reality shows that you can't survive with this, without something more than survival. Because if we have nothing except survival, the process of survival appears of no sense. Yes, and from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion, we saw incredible examples of creative activities which seemed impossible in this time. In spring 2022 in Kharkiv, Kharkiv is near Russia. It's, they said that if from Russia they will throw the stick, it will hit Kharkiv. It's so near. And Kharkiv was under constant shelling, and now it is under constant shelling. But people lived in metro, for example, the first months, and in metro worked children art studio, Azanizimaza. It's a brilliant art studio, absolutely incredible. And at the beginning of full-scale invasion, the leader of Azanizimaza, Коля Коломієць, щось я забула. Коля Коломієць, he organized the work of this studio on metro station. And he said to children, dear children, he recorded such short videos, dear children, we live in very hard time and adults need your support. Adults need your help. We need to join, to organize our common work and to make the life of all people better. And children lived in a metro station and prepared such a decoration for this metro station. And can you imagine this situation? A city under constant shelling. Children are sitting in metro and preparing these pictures to give some joy for others who are scared, who are depressed, who don't know what to do. And for me, it's something amazing, and it's an example of how can we speak about something except survival. So our foreign colleagues called us in the first days of full-scale invasion, and they were sure that the alone question we put before us, how to flee. And it's absolutely ununderstandable how to live in Kharkiv, in metro, and to draw, to organize the work of all these art studio. And really, the first months of the full-scale invasion, we saw how important museums are, really. Because I will prolong Yulia's speech. So imagine, museums are without collections. What is museum? Museum is collection. which is presented to the public. And now museums are without collections. And really, it's so dreadful feeling when I came to Odessa National Fine Art Museum when all the works were put out, and I saw these empty walls, and it was dreadful. It was so distressing because it's a place of life, really. I'm from Odessa. I live in Odessa. I work in Kyiv School of Economics, but I live in Odessa, and for me, that's why I speak about this museum. And really, today is the birthday of this museum, 125 years, and so I want to greet them too. The museums understood how important they are. They are without collections, but they are magnets for people. And when museums restarted their work, the crowds of people came to museums. I remember the reopening of Odessa Opera House. And they could invite only the number of people who can go to the shelter. So only parterre and one balcony was filled, but people ran into Opera House because it was about survival. It was about survival. It was about life, about resistance. You are waiting that we will sit in shelter, thrilling and waiting for something I don't know. No, we are going to theater. We are going to museums. And museums without constant collections, with their temporary exhibitions of contemporary Ukrainian artists, only Ukrainian. You understand that nobody will bring art into the country in the war. And we saw an outburst of Ukrainian art. Really, it was something incredible because it was a wave of new works of Ukrainian artists, and museums started to show this art. It's a point of joke for museum community in Ukraine. So we save our collections, but we show the contemporary artists. So it's not pity of the contemporary art. We will not hide it. We will show it. But it's important point about our living in a situation of survival. So for artists, it was very important to show, to share their art, to share their works, and to create a field of discussion. And that's why such temporary exhibitions of contemporary art appeared in different museums, and Khanyanka Museum was one of the first who opened the space for such life. And I can say, especially visit the openings in Odessa Fine Art Museum, and they are overcrowded each time, because for people it's important to gather, to meet one another, to come into such space where the new senses are born, where we can share our experience, where we can meet this new art and discuss it. And for the first year, maybe, of full-scale invasion, it was such a phenomenon when the wide audience became to understand the contemporary art. So you understand that contemporary art is something strange, nobody wants to go, we want something beautiful. And the language of Ukrainian artists changed, and it appeared understandable for all. I don't know, it's not a simplification of contemporary art. Maybe it's a new experience of white audience who started to recognize their emotions, their feelings, then they meet the piece of art. And when we organized with my colleagues, with Past Future Art team, we organized an exhibition of contemporary Ukrainian artists in Kunstmuseum Stuttgart. We organized special excursions for Ukrainian community there, and there were people very far from art, very far from museum, but they recognized their feelings, they recognized their emotions. And it's about finding the answer for the question who we are. So during these years of full-scale invasion, we can fix that circulation of classic Ukrainian literature was increased a few times. It's really
a very interesting phenomenon. Yeah, exactly.
So when we think that publishing of books appeared, how can we publish books in situation of the war? But people want to buy Ukrainian literature and classic Ukrainian literature, the literature of beginning of 20th century. It's a wave of interest. It's so great interest, and when I come to the discussions devoted to Ukrainian literature in Odessa. Odessa is such a...
Not immersed in the contest before.
Yes. And I see very young people who speak very professionally about Ukrainian literature, and it's something incredible. When our foreign colleagues called us, they asked a very funny for us questions, really, but we understand that they are absolutely natural. So one of our colleagues on the call, she asked, "How are you going to the shop?" And really we laughed because you see by feet, so we have no other way to go to the shop. But we understand that a person who is sitting in Germany can't imagine how we live in Kiev or in Odessa. And when we, Past Future Art, I mentioned this exhibition in Stuttgart, and we organized this year Ukrainian Pavilion on Malta Biennale Contemporary Art, and we saw such a very important moment. People appear involved in these messages of Ukrainian artists, and one example, in this Stuttgart exhibition, we had such a sound work, and what it was record of the sounds of Ukrainian cities. Odessa, Kiev, Lviv, Dnipro, and Uzhhorod.
These days.
Yeah, records of 2022. Really, it was a streaming, but after this we took the records and presented them in the exhibition. people constantly stood near this work, listening these sounds. And they said us, when we listen it, we listen the sounds of very alive cities. And this is the reason to donate for Ukraine. And for us, it was, we didn't wait such a reaction, but, and it was no sounds of blows, only on one record it was air raid siren, so no sounds of war. It's sounds of life, and so such a moment of our life inside the war, it was a record of the sounds in the first hour of curfew. So for us, it's very important, and it's the survival is not possible without something more than survival. So we see it in our experience. We can touch this experience, and we understand that we have no chance to survive if we don't make some steps in culture, because it's not only about saving our bodies, but saving our souls. Some works of Ukrainian artists were reloaded their sense. So maybe on my sock is a picture of Ukrainian artist Alexander Royburt. The picture David and Goliath. And Odessa National Fine Art Museum prepared merch with this picture with an inscription, Goliath will be defeated. And all people involved in this community have these some T-shirts or socks or something with this message, because it's our
slogan.
No. It's a kind of magic. So we try to push these messages into universe to kill this Goliath. Really, maybe the last moment which I want to mark. This reality, so we understand that culture is very important, and we understand that our culture is about the war. Even a person draw something, a plant, a flower, or something, or a bird, it's about the war. Because the contexts are working. But it has such other side, such self-censorship, because we ask ourselves, can we speak about something except the war? So culture is about the war, but can we say something except the war? And so the answers of Ukrainian artists, for example, are they are reflecting this situation. For example, Katya Buchatska, Ukrainian artist, she prepared, and this project is not demonstrated. It will be demonstrated after the war will be ended, and it's a project. What I'm ashamed to put in Facebook. Oh. So when I make some photo, I have a drink of wine or something, and I want to share it as usual in Instagram, in Facebook, and I stop myself. Maybe it's not a time for for such pictures. So we now have at least one artist prepared such a project which will be postponed after the end of the war. Maybe now I will finish and
Thank you, Oksana. Tilia, actually, that's the point I would like to get over to you, and I would ask about your optics from the outside world, and your optics of someone who, at some point, makes an assessment of the project. You know, you have all this. Kind of proposal, and you have the idea what is interesting for people. I have a feeling, maybe it's just a stereotype, that lately we Ukrainians are expected to communicate in our works, be it articles or poetry or art or whatever, this unique experience of living in a war. There's something which is extreme. And I don't think that Ukraine is the only, troubled place in the world. There are many other not so happy countries, not a lot of problematic places where people suffer. Do you see that these kind of works from these troubled places have higher chances to get attention? Is it something that we expected to communicate to the outside world?
Okay, I will try to answer it. It's a quite sophisticated and huge question. Just 2 minutes. I just want to say thank you for the invitation, and it's a pleasure being here, and it's a pleasure to be invited on that super important symposia. And only one small correction, but I think I need to make it. I'm not part of the European Capital of Culture in Austria anymore, but I worked there for a very long time, and I'm familiar with the project. Also, at the moment, I was still working with the European Capital of Culture. Just for your information. So you can ask me about the ECOC if you want later, but I'm not officially speaking for the ECOC anymore. So now to the super wide question. Obviously, let's say I tried to put a little bit the look from let's say from the Central European perspective or the European Union perspective. I mean, I'm not the European Union, as hopefully we are all something like the European Union, because it's up to us to make it, to build it for the future. But surely I was born in Germany, so I raised up in the Western culture, how you, let's say, call it. Worked abroad in the United States and in India, so I'm also a little bit familiar with, let's say, a different culture than a European culture or classical European culture. And you know that Germany is probably a very specific country, as we were divided until 1990, so we know from the very, let's say, national history, at least partly also what we let's say in general call the transformation process from former Eastern states into, and this is again up to us, how do we love to have the future and how we react on that. Maybe I start with a super small story, because I had the luck last year, it's really 1 year ago, I was invited and it was my first time being in Ukraine, to be precise, in Kiev and Lviv. And I was invited for a Ukraine-European exchange program on cultural development, and it was amazing. Of course, it was challenging. I mean, sure, it's challenging. I mean, I don't need to tell you, but it was amazing. And just probably as a small addition, Oksana, we will hopefully have a little bit time to discuss it. I honestly didn't get the feeling that it's only about survival. We met a lot of artists, very much from the performative arts, dancing, theater performances, but also in Lviv, the new initiative on art therapy and taking artistic methodologies into education, into artistic performances. So sure, I mean, let's face the reality, there is a war. I mean, please, you are much more, you know it much better than me. But sure, but I think it is also very much, and this is probably the first attempt to try to answer your question. No, it is also very much of going beyond. And there is a beyond. There will be a beyond. I mean, that's my belief, sorry. Hope, I mean, we all hope it, but yeah. I don't think the selling argument for Ukraine is you need to talk about the war. It's there, no doubt, but at least from my perspective, from what I witnessed, and I think what you mentioned as an example from Stuttgart, is actually a showcase for something different. And honestly, there is a super richness from Ukraine and also from other European countries on reflecting, on going beyond. And of course, it's always, I mean, the art and our culture is always in an interaction with the current situation. So yeah, from my side, it would be, no, you don't need it as a pure selling argument. That doesn't mean you should be silent, absolutely not. I mean, it's impossible to be silent on current situations, and it is absolutely needed to articulate the situation, especially, and maybe to be a little bit precise, I mean, you all follow, well, from time to time, the wonderful discussions in the European Union and its member states. And let's be precise, we have a rising movement of right-wing parties. We have a rising movement of people who are denying the right of Ukraine to be his own state. I mean, we need to face that reality and we need to be precise. Maybe this is one try to answer your question. A second that I would probably raise also for our discussion is we talk about culture. At least if we talk about the European capital of culture, where we are, thankfully, where we can be here. But we, of course, also talk about the arts. And to me, it's important to say that culture is more than art. It is education. It is like what we had in the discussion before, like the role of a museum is not only the exhibition, it is also education, it is going out, it is making international connections, etc. So culture is much more. It's much more than, and come on, I will never say only the arts, because I mean we are coming from artistic work, and I think the arts. But also, let's say, cultural methodologies plays an important role, no doubt, no doubt. They play an important role for the future of our democracy, and we desperately need it, And I think, to me, it's a little bit like, And that is also probably an interlinkage to the discussion in the morning, the first one. The cultural sector is very much under threat in the whole European Union. I mean, budget cuts, you mentioned it for Estonia. Come on, be precise. Guess how it's in Germany. Guess how it's in Austria. Guess how it's in Belgium. Guess how it's in UK, if we still count it as part of Europe. We are under threat. And it looks like we are in a very defensive position. And honestly, there are a lot of discourses who say, we need to be a little bit silent because, of course, other things are more important. Yeah, you're financial guys, you're right. We need to invest it in A, B, C. And again, that's what I would make strong. Guys, culture is more. Culture is more. And this is so important. So it's, I mean, let us be precise. I mean, if we want to lose democracy, and it looks like a little bit, I mean, I don't need to tell you which countries are, let's say, very strongly moving to the right-winged side and to a non-democratic, or let's say not really democratic. I know we invented that. It's a little bit half-democratic, you know. Yeah, fancy term, what does it mean? And it's not easy for the European Union at the moment. And I mean, you all notice it. So that would be my second thing, to say, okay, no, we have really strong arguments, because without our culture, and democracy is part of our culture. I mean, it's hello. We had Greece. You know that Greece is something called, which is not really true. It's Athens, and even that is not a modern democracy. But let's not go into details. It's a fountain of democracy. I mean, that's famous for. We all learn it in school. And this is, by the way, also I like what you said, Oksana, that even in a super hard situation and in a challenging situation, and war is more than challenging, I'm sorry, of course, you are curious, you are able to learn something, you want to see something, you want to learn something. And it's not only about surviving. It is about surviving, and please, I'm living in Austria currently. We are obviously not at war. So please understand it as an outside position to Ukraine. But I think, to me, surviving is also incorporating a little bit passive look at the world. I think it is more than just surviving. And to be precise, I mean, we have the right-wing movement people and the fancy anti-corona people and the people who really believe that climate change is an invention by, I've got no clue, Elon Musk probably, or whomever invented climate change. It's not existing. They are talking about surviving. They are talking about surviving. And the people who don't want refugees in, or it's actually misused. It's a misused term in the European Union, in a lot of member states, and honestly misused by the right-wing movement or the non-democratic forces. And they are using our arguments like culture needs to survive, etc. They are using it and say, okay, if more people from the outside are coming in, it's misused. So it's a death. We need to survive from the non-positive influences to our culture, which, by the way, raises the question: what is culture in fact? And is there something like a national culture? And sorry for being precise, I think we have a common European culture. We probably have also something like a human culture, because we have shared values that are super important. We believe in our shared values, which are usually summarized in the human rights and which are included in all institutions in the world except for North Korea. I'm sorry, poor people in North Korea, but it's an agreement, a worldwide agreement. And I think this is a super basis for anything we call culture.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll stop there.
Thank you. I noted that Berg made a lot of notes. So basically my question is more like the same. as for Teal, especially as you have this, kind of parallel experience in the context of our part, mostly our part of the world, as one of the organizers of Prima Vista literary festival here in Estonia. So I will ask you about this Estonian context, about this regional context, and again the outward look.
First, to answer to the question in the title of a panel, all times are times of surviving. And perhaps in better times, it's not that obvious. And people take life a lot more for granted. But I'd say life is all about survival. And actually, the concept of Tartu 24, Arts of Survival, is a recycle from an old slogan of Prima Vista Festival in 2010, which was then Art of Survival in singular. And that was in the wake of global economic crisis. And that also was a time for a lot of talk about survival of the arts, because there were again those cuts out of the economic crisis, and questions whether artists are needed and all that. But bringing it to European capital of culture, we made it sound in plural, and much of the reasoning was actually what you were talking about, that it's more than just arts in the sense of fine arts. There's also art in the sense of skill, art in the sense of crafting, art in the sense of negotiation. There's a famous book, The Art of War, so on and so forth. So indeed, that is the broad sense in which to understand arts of survival. And even then, when we introduced it in 2018, there was a lot to latch it onto. The climate crisis, the excessive dependence on digitization, the lack of crafting skills, the mental health issues, everything was already there. The identity issues of small local and national groups. And at the same time, there were people who said, what are you talking about? We're doing fine. Why are you so gloomy about this survival thing? Then COVID-19 happened. And the whole arts of survival got a whole new perspective. Then war in Ukraine went full scale. It got another perspective. Now, there are very few people who think that arts of survival is not relevant as a concept. It has a lot of directions in terms of interpretation. Now, coming back to the arts side of it and how artists reacted, I think it doesn't have to be seen in a narrow sense, even though, for example, in Prima Vista, when we have communicated to Ukrainian artists, Ukrainian poets, there are, of course, those who say that they can't read or write fiction anymore. They can't enjoy fiction anymore. They can only think about how to express this horrendous situation. And of course, we respect that. But at the same time, I think a lot of people in Estonia, a lot of people in Tartu got this first human-scale coverage from a Estonian artist called Victoria Berezina. Of course, there are those very technical war bloggers. We still read them every morning. But she wrote those letters from her son about how a local young woman artist experiences the war. And while there's a lot of anger and hatred and frustration, there's also in those letters there was moments of joy, being with friends, having those friendly rituals, and continuing to make art. And she has those surreal collages that you can't put your finger on and say, this is about this or that, this is about art, or this is about destruction, or this is about, I don't know, some other thing. So the message that she gave through those letters, now she's living in Tartu, was that you shouldn't be ashamed of feeling joy. That too is survival. You shouldn't be ashamed of making the kind of art that you make, because that is a means of survival in an active sense, presenting that kind of maybe escapist, maybe just aesthetic alternative that shows what's beyond, that shows that there's more. And at the same time, I think that those huge crises, being more aware of the climate crisis, being aware of the wars, having survived COVID, they have, in a way, made artists in all fields a bit more adult. I think in better times, there was a bit too much of this being an artist in a sense of collecting your grant and clicking your bubbly glasses at the launch and expecting to be interviewed, expecting to be reviewed, getting good reviews, getting bad reviews, but being noticed all the same. And maybe not so much concentration on content and responsibility. But there's a lot of, I still feel there's a lot of that expectation to be accepted the way I am. I'm an artist, so give me money, I do whatever I want. But I guess there are people around you who expect you to have certain responsibility and certain content. And there's always this tension between the ethical imperative of addressing those big, important issues, grave issues, and the aesthetic imperative of avoiding cliches in that. Because you can address very important human issues and still produce very bad art. So maybe this becoming more adult is connected to this growing tension between those imperatives. Stronger moral imperative, stronger ethical imperative in terms of addressing certain issues. And because more and more artists are doing it, avoiding cliches with that. And that means going beyond just those very one-to-one images or one-to-one devices of expressing yourself. There can be very strong artworks that are kind of one-to-one, like I think earlier this year, those bombed houses and last time I were put on screens and shown on advertising screens. That was in a way very in your face, but it was strong art. But now coming to the question with a very long introduction, I think what happens in Ukraine has made people aware of the Ukrainian culture in much broader sense, in terms of helping Ukrainians to reclaim their history, because there's a lot of that pointing out and explaining that those artists, musicians, writers who you fought and who you were taught to think as Russian were actually Ukrainian. We need to reclaim them, and you Europeans need to help us to reclaim them. In my previous life, I I was writing a PhD on exoticism. It kind of snowballed out of my control, so I never finished it. But it keeps haunting me in places, and that's, I think, one of them where when you read about earlier points of conflict in the world, and when there's this reception of art connected to them, which is very much based on that moral imperative, and which condemns those artists who are thought to be exoticizing those cultures. And there's this criticism that they are essentializing those cultures when they depict the locals in some kind of traditional garb, posing as tribal leaders. Those critics say, no, you have to talk about guns. You have to talk about violence because this is reality. But the people themselves want an alternative reality, want something else, want their identity to be construed as something else outside of that daily conflict. And that, in fact, also was the case in Setomaa, where one of those famous photographers came to take photos of those people in their traditional garbs, posing, and he was accused of exoticizing. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't jump to that. I think the people have the right to construe their identity in artistic representation in terms of utopia, in terms of mythological grandeur, maybe. Not just in terms of violence and being victims.
Mm-hmm. I will keep here on the topic, if I may. You mentioned these two imperatives. Mm-hmm. And the first is this responsibility to witness. And do you think, and that's actually for me, it's one of the questions of today's discussion. Do you think these expectations are different for artists from different countries? I mean, the expectation to follow this imperative.
There's a multitude of expectations in any culture, I think. But yes, I would agree that at least the initial expectations were in terms of Ukrainians, was to have those war stories and depictions of war, just to maybe have this greater human connection with a kind of shock you're experiencing. And at times it might have grown a bit restrictive and focused only on that kind of art and not maybe being that much interested in other kinds of art or literature. I'm not talking about visual arts, also literature, all kinds of arts. And I think we've been taught to listen to other kinds of stories and see human and artistic dreams, ambitions beyond that.
Oksana, you want to add something?
Maybe I will add, because when I speak about all Ukrainian art is about war, it's not about reflecting only dreadful things. So I understand that I need to slightly widen this perspective, because for Ukrainian art now it's important to reflect the changing of our sensitivity, for example. Yes, because people find that some images are painful for them, but it's not images of dead people or something. In 2022, we discussed with artists such feelings of these bombed fields. The fields with caverns, and people were surprised, and we discussed with artists that it's absolutely extremely painful because we have this news with these images of frontline, of bombing or something, but this acute pain with the image of the field with governs was surprising, and our artists reflected this. Our artists reflected the changes of sensitivity in what sense? We, in reality of war, we orient on the sounds more than for images. And that's why sound works have the new life in Ukrainian art. So it's very different kinds of experience. It's experiences of people who went in evacuation. So we have such a layer of Ukrainian art connected with this feeling of gap, of confusion, of something when a person is out of home and this feeling of life stops on pause. Yes, it's very different. So the culture reflecting the experience of war, it's not about cruelties, dead people, bodies or something. Yes, they're very, very different. And one of Ukrainian artists, Piotr Arminovsky, who is in army now, he said that the experience of this war is very documented war. So we have millions of images, and he imagined that the story of this war could be told as Homer, as a blind person from darkness, with no images. Yes, it's one more layer of artistic reflection. So I speak about art, not about white culture, because I work with art. And I absolutely agree that culture is more wide, and we can speak about many, many phenomena of cultural life connected with these new experiences. Thank you.
Till, you wanted to add something, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, maybe we don't need to go that deep in the question of surviving, or if it's a right term, or if we need to look for another term. Probably, maybe it's not really that important. The only thing that probably, Berg, I would love to ask you or put into the discussion is, first, I totally agree. And I think it's super important, and probably we need it more, is something we call, let's say, social responsibility within whatever we are doing. I mean, we are, as humans, we are not alone. I mean, so we should have a responsibility for the societies, for our culture where we're living, for the European Union, for whatever. That's probably one thing, just to make it clear. If that might be understood wrong, that's definitely not what I wanted to say. It's the other way around. I think it's super important. Second, you started, and that's maybe a too sophisticated discussion, but at least for, let's say, for the Central European states, and that's probably a little bit my role, that I'm here from a Central European state, is to say, okay, we witness also some negative effects, of course. I mean, we also have a lot of challenges, and you know them all. Might be financial crisis, as you call it, a refugee crisis, so-called. Sorry, please understand it in brackets, because I don't agree to that term, etc., etc. But to me, it's interesting. Do we call it crisis? It's a super negative start. And honestly, what we witness in the last years more and more is that people, let's say, start to question and saying, okay, if it's really a crisis, and if it's about only surviving that's left, if there's any way, no chance I can do, because climate crisis will anyway come, or the US will anyway bomb us, or the Russians will come, or whatever. It's a stepping out. It's a stepping out of society. It's a stepping out of building something. It's a stepping out of believing there's a future. And please, this is not a critique on the term. It is maybe just telling you a little bit a weird and quite complicated situation in the European Union at the moment. And I mean, you know all it, how vulnerable it is that Hungary is obviously a not really democratic state. Slovakia, Italy have changed like into a, let's say, very precise right-wing movement. And it makes a lot with the European Union, as we have some parts we need to speak with one voice. And it got a huge influence on support for the Ukraine. I mean, no doubt. And of course, I think to me, I mean, we cannot change every situation in every European country. But what we can do is search for ways to make things possible. And maybe the last thing to put it also in is, you also know that there's a massive change in reception of media. I mean, the whole media sector has changed, etc., etc. Not to go too deep, but we have something that's called alternative truth, which is a very fancy word. It's just a lie. And it's not that easy, obviously, in a lot of things, and obviously also not in the discourse. If you take a look at the discourse in Germany or in Austria it's even more absurd. You have a discourse which is not based on a truth anymore. It's a so-called alternative truth, and people believe it. And it's absurd. On the other side, my son is 13 now, and he is, let's say from time to time, he said, "Oh, Dad, why is it a 5-minute report? I mean, come on. Half a minute, it's okay. Give me a quick information." And it's absurd. So forgive me that I made it very strong to say culture is more than the arts. It is, of course, education. It is, of course, a common sense and an understanding for our general values. And we are suffering and we are in a super challenging situations in the Western countries, who are rich countries still. I mean, come on. I mean, honestly, for 90% of the people, we are not talking about an existential question in terms of really physical surviving. Thanks God. I mean, honestly, thanks God. But if you ask the people, they would probably 50% will say, "No, it's not okay. No, we are nearly at the end." But it's probably super important for the whole discussion. We have to have that view inside and saying, okay, what does it mean? And last thing, we are all Europeans. We are all believing, I hope we are all believing in something like common European values. If it might be the European Union as we know it in 40 years, I don't know. But it definitely can't, and it definitely should not be a division of any national country to another national country in the European Union, because then we are honestly lost in our continent. And that implies the full support of Ukraine. I mean, what else shall it be imply? Because we are talking about Europe.
There's a good saying: "Don't let the good crisis go to waste." We hear it very often these days. Yes, and it's a kind of euphemistic version of another dictum we hear very often these days, and that came from our legendary President Lennart Meri: "The situation is shit, but shit is fertilizer for the future." I don't quite agree. Sometimes shit is just shit, but it carries this can-do attitude, which I think has been at the center of European Capital of Culture in Tartu. And of course we had this criticism as well, that survival is a too passive word, and it leaves little hope. But a crisis is a situation where you realize that you can't quite go on as before. You have to rethink things, and you have to figure out what to do about it. What to change in your habits, what to change in your habits of consumption, your everyday habits, but also in terms of how you create, how you communicate to people, how you communicate outside of your culture. When we started this process, you might know him, the kind of ECOC mogul, Hans-Dieter Schmidt, came to Tartu for some field work and talked to people to identify the central challenge of Tartu. And he came up with two phrases, splendid isolation and smug insularity. We were so comfortable in our own bubble where kind of worldly troubles seemed to be so far away. And we weren't all that much interested in those broader crises. But that meant marginalization. In terms of Europe, we were a province. And that's the story behind Arts of Survival. In order to survive as a small culture, you must reach out. You must communicate to other countries, to have partners in the rest of the world, to hear your stories, help tell your stories, and you also listen to their stories and find this common ground. Now, to briefly define the kind of situation we might call crisis in Europe, I think is precisely the moment when you realize that you have expected people to share the same values. People from the third countries coming in share those European values because they feel they are safer in this context, but they all don't. You have expected people to believe in the same narratives, but suddenly those alternative facts turn up. And in order to support the continuation of democracy, you kind of should give them the platform. But then you see that they actually undermine that democracy, so what to do?
Yeah, this is a quite easy answer what to do then, because I mean, usually we have something like a legal system. I just wonder, like, do we need a crisis to be active? And this was my argument. I'm not doubting the crisis.
I'd say yes. Maybe it's
this is
us as Estonians who just can't live otherwise.
I just wonder because okay, that's fair. This is what they said usually also about the Germans. We just needed something like a crisis. I'm just wondering because I think like one of the resources we have as humans is we are creative. We are able to think critical, even if it's not called a crisis, because all people see it as a crisis. This is at least what I think. And you can be, again, a little bit negative and say, okay, if we always wait until it's a crisis, and then we are, let's say, very often in a situation where we just said, okay, and what to do now? I mean, we missed a lot of chances on the way, let's be precise. I mean, we know about climate change quite long.
Yeah, we shouldn't wait, and that, I think, is again, an answer to the question in the title, that you need to prepare for those crises also in more peaceful times, and that doesn't mean just being overly worried about anything, but just to think about alternative futures. VCOC is all about hope, I think, giving hope and helping people to think about those alternative futures, but those alternative futures can be good or bad. And when you don't think about how to prepare for a disaster, then you get Valencia.
Well, that's probably a little bit too easy.
It is. But I needed a rhetorical punchline.
At this catastrophic point, I propose to open the floor for questions, and I already see one. Something.
Thank you very much for a very, very interesting talk. And I would actually want to continue and ask this another difficult question. How could we actually raise this feeling of responsibility in people, because it seems that it is something that is crucial for this factual survival. And I maybe could see that in case of Ukraine, the personal responsibility that people took in Ukraine from the first days, that no, we're not giving up, we're keep on fighting, and we're not expecting that there will some hypothetical force, some hypothetical army, hypothetical West will come and save us, but we actually, every single one of us takes the responsibility and does something at our place. This is something that, in my opinion, saved Ukraine so far, of course, with the support and help of the allies. But this personal responsibility is crucial, and seeing how the things are also developing in terms of the the shift of the perception of the democracy nowadays, it's kind of like we're losing, or it like gets between the fingers, slips away. I believe that it's a core thing that every European citizen also takes the responsibility that, okay, we need to do something right now. We need to prepare for the crisis, for the climate change, military conflicts, whatever. But how actually to awake this feeling in people, and how can we operate in terms of culture and art for this purpose?
This is a super wide question again, and surprisingly, I mean, I cannot speak for you, but I beg you would probably answer something similar. Unfortunately, there is no red book you can just read, and that's the answer. Yeah, unfortunately not. I probably, maybe as a super quick personal answer, I believe in some ways. One of it is, of course, an open and critical education. I mean, this is crucial. I mean, if we leave our kids behind, we don't need to think about the future, because, I mean, they are the future, what to do. The misuse and imbalances of power is something we definitely need to address. And I mean, I'm not always super positive if we will succeed, but actually we have a misuse of power, and we have imbalances of power. And third thing, I think there is a more than good idea in participation or in collaboration, etc. But honestly, let's take it serious and not play it as an alibi function. And if we played it, and we played it quite good the last 40 years as, yeah, dear citizens, and what do you think about this? Okay, play a little bit, but we anyway are not interested in it. And this is probably a very strong argument again for democracy. Democracy is dead if you even start thinking about that your citizens are an object, or as I mean, come on, that's a beginner seminar for democracy, but we have that division of power. And if this is not existing, it's dead. Very simple. It's very simple. It's just not existing anymore.
Yeah, I'm still coming back to saying why crisis is good. Because, of course, on the one hand, there's hugely grown mental tension in young people, in anyone, but perhaps especially visibly among young people because of those heavily communicated crises, the climate crisis, the war. They don't seem to find their place where they can change anything or where they can influence anything. But the flip side of it, I think, is that they are becoming more aware that that welfare is not for granted. You have to do something for it to persist, or maybe not persist in the same way as it has been before, in the sense of excessive consumption and everything being at your grasp, and you being able to buy whatever you want because your parents earn enough for you to go to Amazon or anything and say, I want this, I want that. No, I think we're becoming more aware that they need to take control of themselves. They need to do something themselves about the continuation of welfare. And luckily, and I think it's a good thing, they are becoming more aware that welfare is not about heaping up stuff. It's somewhere else. It's about mental health. It's about safety. It's about nature. It's about being able to communicate to others in a free world. And that is something where they have to have their input.
Oh, that's excellent point for to be our final point, because we are. We have
also the opinion of the Ukrainian women, not only.
Maybe as a Ukrainian, I can say that if we speak about responsibility, it's only private example, yes, when we show. So maybe as a person living in Ukraine, I decided don't ask about refuse of responsibility of somebody, because I have near me very responsible people. And I understand that if I will think about others, I have no resource for this. I understand that it's not a receipt for society, yes. And but speaking about Ukraine, we understand that so civil society, yes, it's not a watching dog in Ukraine, but is. Тягловий, як це сказати, тягловий пес. So in normal society, civil society is watching dog, and is in North these dogs who have this sledge dog. Thank you very much. So in our reality, we took this situation as such. So we have a very responsible part of society who do their job. Taking out the thoughts about the state, about responsibility of the state or something. Maybe due to such people we are alive now. Because even our army are on the shoulders of civil society, yes? So maybe now I'm in that situation that I have no resource to find the answers how to rise in the responsibility of different people, because I know that I have near me some very big group, and I think about them. And that's all.
So now that's really all.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for the panelists. Yeah, I'm here to give a message that it's lunchtime now. The lunch is served in the kitchen, which is the room over there. And to make it go smoother, because we have around 40 minutes now, and would like to be back here again at 3 o'clock, then we can form two lines. It's the same stuff on the table, One can go from here and the other can go from there, and then we will be all very well served and can start to eat. Thank you very much, and see you at 3 o'clock. Thank you, Ruslan. We can make another applause to Ruslan Droshinsky. And yes, it's time for the third and final discussion today. And Oksana is ready with her guests.
Thank you, Ernie. Thank you again for everyone who is coming back, already came back. So I think this third title may sound a bit controversial. At least we have a small discussion before that with Michael about how correct is the term, this small culture. I offer my own definition. I came to it myself while writing about Ukrainian culture and Ukraine in general for the foreign audience. When my definition of small culture is a culture that needs a lot of footnotes when you write about that. So my idea, the smaller the culture, the more footnotes you need. I once had a conversation with my editor, and actually I explained to him this phenomena. For example, if you write about France and French culture or whatever topic, but if you write and you mention, for example, Émile Zola, in your article, you don't need a footnote because, well, everybody will know what you mean. But when you mention, for example, Ivan Franko, who is Ukrainian writer, you obviously need a footnote. Moreover, in some cultures, like Ukrainian, for some persons, for some events, you need a footnote both in a text for the foreign audience and for the text for Ukrainian audience, because again, Ukrainian audience may not be aware of every important person. So when I introduce Karl-Henrik, who would be the first to open the discussion, you'll understand why he is here to talk about the topic, about how is it to be a so-called small culture in the post-imperial world. Karl-Henrik now lives in Vienna. However, coming from Sweden, and in Sweden, Karl-Henrik was editor-in-chief of literary magazine Ort und Bild. Yes, and in Vienna, he was the co-founder of the network of magazines, European magazines for culture and literature, ЄвроЗін, which is also a publication and also a network of editors of magazines published in different European countries and in different European languages. And the idea of the project was to translate this articles from these magazines from different languages, including these so-called small languages, which demands a lot of footnotes. And Karl Henrik is also now a program director for debates on Europe. That's an organization based in Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like you to tell about your encounter with these so-called small cultures in your work.
Yes, I will try to do that as short as possible. So I was the editor of a very prominent cultural journal in Sweden. It's actually Europe's oldest cultural intellectual magazine, founded back in 1892, Ord och Bild, Word and Image. The oldest one that has been published throughout. There are some others that have been then shut down after the war. So it's a prestigious publication, and we publish some of the most prominent and most interesting and most original and most thrilling Swedish intellectuals, writers, artists, researchers, civil society profiles, whatever. However, these are, of course, in most cases, unknown names to a foreign audience. We were also very proud of introducing international great people, thinkers, philosophers, writers, to a Swedish audience by translating them. And by doing that, I realized we have this fantastic contact in the outside world, outside of the small Swedish language community. But the traffic is only going in one way. We are only introducing these foreign, very interesting, but still these foreign thinkers, artists and so on, to a Swedish audience. It must be possible to do it the other way around as well. And this is why I engaged in this idea of founding a network, or the network has actually been existing for quite some time, but to reinvigorate that network with a very simple model on how you could make small and large cultures, if we stick to the use of those terms, knowing that they are tricky, and let them meet on an eye level. So, to describe to you at best what this ЄвроЗін idea was then about was that you have a very small language community, a very small public sphere like the Slovenian. You have in Slovenia a journal called Sodobnost. In Slovenia, a very important literary journal. There is a text in there that we, editors and people making ЄvroZін, realize this is interesting not only to Slovenians, this is interesting for everyone. So that text is then identified and it's translated from Slovenian into English, published in a digital medium that ЄvroZін then is in English, together with the original language Slovene. Then one of the, let's say, 100 or 80 other editors in this network, sitting here in Estonia, for example, the editor of VKK, sees this is exactly what I'm dealing with in my next issue. and picks this text, translated, of course not from English, but from Slovenian, into Estonian, and publish it in VKK and in Estonian, and in that way, another very small language community, another very small public sphere, and in that way, two formerly completely distinct public spheres have been connected via an intermediate medium and an intermediate language. And this is, some people who have looked at this model then at the beginning said that this is kind of globalizing. It's the domination of English and so on. But it's exact opposite. It's, so to say, empowering these other small languages. And this is it is and was the simple idea of trying to level the playing field between the big and the small cultures, because part of this exchange are, of course, also French intellectuals or English language intellectuals or German. So that's basically the idea.
I will catch you now. And coming back to the Swedish period of your life, I have to note that, okay, you describe Swedish as one of the small languages, but on the other hand, at least in literally, it's very important to be translated to Swedish, because you have this powerhouse, which is Nobel Prize for literature. And have you ever, had any encounter with this?
Of course, it was easy for us also to get texts, even if they were not published elsewhere, or to have contacts with foreign authors, because we had this function. And there was this rumor going around that if you're, published in Urdu Bild, you make yourself present in the Swedish context, your chances of getting the Nobel Prize rises exponentially. And there are some proofs to that as well. Perhaps they are coincidental, but still, there were also these contacts with the Swedish Academy and so on. So this is, of course, a privileged position in that respect, and it also points to the fact, and I will come back to that then perhaps later in a second statement, that not many people today, and I also now presented Sweden as this small language community, this small culture, and this small country, but I have to jog your memory, and Sweden used to be an empire that was not unimportant, for example, to the history of Ukraine. It was, in this part of the world, the hegemon. Russia was not. This was the contester of the Swedish one. And I will perhaps come back later to how that history actually went, and how it now is a kind of a blessing for Sweden, that Sweden is no longer an empire.
Thank you. Michael Cole, who is based here in Tartu and PhD researcher in the University of Tartu, also have these different identities coming from Britain, which is not so small, not usually needs a lot of footnotes. And you also have another identity. It's one is academic and another is journalism for the public broadcaster here in Estonia. And you have some experience in actually telling the world in English about Estonian culture, but also about Ukrainian culture. And can you share this experience to us?
That was already quite a lot of footnotes about me, wasn't it, Oksana? Okay, so it's complicated. So yeah, I'm from a small country outside the European Union. It's called England. But I live here in Tartu. I've lived here now for 6 years. And previously I lived in Ukraine for 4 years. I don't claim to be an expert on the culture in either of these countries, but we had this discussion before we even met about the idea of a small culture. And it's interesting that you'd say as well that Britain doesn't need footnotes. British culture is not just Mr. Bean and Ed Sheeran. There are so many things about British culture that are very diverse, very different. And I think it's the same with Ukraine, it's the same with Estonia. So on one hand, when you come here as a foreigner, you get a lot of, I would say there are two strands of Estonian culture that you're introduced to. The one is everything is super modern, super fast, super online, everything works perfectly. The other is super deep and folksy and connected to nature and tradition. But we see all of this through things like music and art. And I mean, I don't know any answers to this, but I've spent most of the last year trying to explore this through writing about it for an English audience. And trying to understand what exactly is Tartu, what exactly is South Estonia, and how you can translate that to people who've never been here, maybe who never will be here, and put it in a context they understand. I really like this phrase that Berk used before about splendid isolation and smart insularity. Is that right? So many times I've been to events in Estonia, South Estonia over the last few years, and people are like, why are you here? You're English. Like, don't you have something in England that's more interesting than this? No, like for me, this is all very interesting because the people are super talented. What they're doing is really important on not just a local level, but a national level, and also an international level. But then these are the same people you see in the supermarket or walking down the street, and they're just regular people. So this is very interesting. But even when we talk about Estonian culture, there isn't one Estonian culture. This whole Tartu 2024 Capital of Culture year is about South Estonia too. And I've been fortunate enough to go to places like Võrumaa, where they have their own dialect, their own language, their own cultures, which, by the way, have become quite well known around the world thanks to a movie by Anna Hinz called Smoke Sauna Sisterhood. And these are her words that I heard her say at a conference in Tallinn, that when she proposed the idea for this movie, it took a long time for her to get it made. And people said, it's too local, no one will care about this. Well, what's the broader context? And then later when it won international awards, people said, it's super local, it's super niche, this is interesting, we don't know anything about it. And I see the same in Setomaa, I see the same in other parts of Estonia. And I guess also as well, the other point that I wanted to make was that culture evolves. Culture is not frozen. Yes, we can have culture in a museum, but culture is outside, culture is people. Another colleague of mine from the Shute Institute, he described modern Ukrainian culture as wearing vyshyvanka and jeans. It's the combination of these things. It's not just frozen in time. The mayor of Lviv, I met this morning, he was wearing, I said, you're wearing a vyshyvanka? He said, no, vitinyanka. It was like with a zip. Mm-hmm. So this is another example that culture grows, it changes. And of course, there are roots that people are trying to preserve, but those roots do sprout more things. So yeah, again, to go back to something that was said in the first panel by Syria about how important culture is as a security issue. Many years ago when I lived in Ukraine, I would go home to England and people didn't really know much about Ukraine. They didn't know much about the culture or anything. Now, Ukraine has done a very good job since the full-scale invasion of promoting what Ukraine is, what Ukrainian culture is, and also what Ukraine is not. Estonia, I wish we'd do the same sometimes, and I try hard in that way to do it, because Estonia also has a very, very rich culture, but people don't know enough about it. And there are so many things to be proud of and interested in here that, I think it's a security issue for Estonia. Who are you and who are you not? And how can you use culture to promote that? So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the beginning. Anastasia Volkova came from Ukraine with us. Well, I know there are a lot of talks recently about Ukrainian cultural diplomacy and how important it is, especially these days. And Anastasia, who is head of arts program at the Ukrainian Institute, and Ukrainian Institute is a public institution, the part of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, and it's promoting Ukrainian culture in the world. But actually, Anastasia is the one who goes in the field and gets her hands dirty, and she knows how it actually works on the day-to-day basis. So please tell us.
Yeah. Hello. So thank you. First of all, thank you to invite me for participation in this conversation. Yeah, I enjoyed previous discussion very much. So I'm here representing Ukraine. Ukrainian Institute. It's a cultural diplomacy institution. It's showcasing, promoting Ukrainian culture abroad and fostering deep cultural connections between communities, between countries. So, for the beginning, probably I think I'll talk a little bit today about challenges that came with the war, when your culture suddenly come into global view, yeah, and you're probably not ready for that. And I know I try to make my remarks brief, because I know that many of you here are familiar with Ukrainian context, so you don't need a lot of explanation. And probably I focused more about on how we as Ukrainians, as representatives of cultural sectors, experiencing this pivotal moment, yeah, in our history. Because war and actually any profound crisis like natural disaster can indeed in some moment serve as a spotlight. I mean, February 2022, suddenly major media outlets broadcasting news from Ukraine, as if our country, our part of the world, has only just been discovered. You know, it was like in 2014 when Russia occupied Crimea and parts of Lugansk and Donetsk regions, and again in 2022 with full-scale invasion. It feels like West, and sorry for the generalization, yeah, just suddenly like discovered Ukraine as a country with our own language or culture, identities, yeah, history, heritage. So scholars in trauma studies refer to this phenomenon as a traumatic geography. It's a context in which suffering brings you initial recognition. For many people around the world, the full-scale invasion became this entry point, yeah, first meeting with Ukrainian culture. And these tragic events that actually sparked unprecedented attention to Ukrainian culture. So it leads to creating numerous platforms, initiative, opportunities for Ukrainian artists, musicians, songwriters, poets, and so on. In 2022, at Ukrainian Institute, we were overwhelmed with numbers of requests to recommend, to feature Ukrainian films, performances, books. So yeah, it was across the world in countless cities. However, this being part of traumatic geography, it brings very specific attention to you. Because this interest, it hasn't arisen just because a realization of value of Ukrainian culture or its complex artistic scene, yeah? Sometimes it's driven just by solidarity, yeah? The feelings that you have to support nation under attack by force, much larger, cruel, yeah. So a lot of initiatives a lot of institutions that support Ukraine, not all of them, yeah, but for them matter of quality of artistic product, yeah. Sorry for that word, yeah. The quality of culture, yeah, it was like a secondary concern. The main fact was the creators are from Ukraine and we support them, and that was kind of humanitarian, you know, cultural aid. So, as of now, what we have, although we encouraged to go as Ukrainian artists, yeah, we're encouraged to go beyond national level, to go to some existential level. At the same point, we still boxed in these rigid frames of national identity. I suppose many of you here heard that, Donbass is the industrial region, Odessa is a pearl near the sea, something like that, yeah. And additionally, that sometimes beautiful and powerful platforms, opportunities that were created for Ukrainian artists, they turned out to be Ukrainian ghettos where Ukrainian artists perform to Ukrainian audience, perform to refugees, to diaspora, and so they're encapsulated and we're not becoming actually a part of, we're not included in this local scene, yeah? We just separated. So it became so gloomy now. Yeah, but we also have to understand that attention that granted to you as a suffered culture can easily be shifted to another suffered culture. We faced it, not so long time ago, because the world is full of genocides, wars, and the cultural scene is not short of tragic stories. Yeah, we're not the first, we're not the last. So. Now, almost 3 years later, it seems quite clear that something that we supposed to be like a decolonial shift, it has in many cases turned out to be a temporary Ukrainian quota. Yeah, and with honestly limited capacity to structural changes. But we have to deal with that. So as a cultural diplomacy institution, we use our resources, we use our tools to facilitate horizontal connections between institutions, work on institutional level to secure some permanent spaces for Ukrainian artists, and it should be based not to respond for tragedy, it's because of artistic value, and it's because of deep connection with common European culture. I must say that's our approach now.
Great, thank you very much. And I just must say that what you just told is a great afterword to our previous discussion about this, this expectation and this frame of suffering. So, but I see that Karl-Henrik.
Yes, in order also for the sake of discussion, so that we can have. We had a very brief encounter now before, during lunch, and we decided then a little bit that I would be the good cop for once, and say that this is of course true, and I recognize that all over the place, that this expectations is about representing a tragic situation that is, so to say, of human interest. That is, so to say, the very, very often the requirement. But there are, meanwhile, so many exceptions to that, where aesthetic and artistic quality is actually not a side effect, but actually already from the start at the beginning. And during our talks, during lunch, I mentioned the exhibition called In the Eye of the Storm, which opened for the first time in Madrid and then went on a European tour via Cologne and Vienna to London at the Royal Academy. An absolutely astonishing exhibition. The title is In the Eye of the Storm, but the subtitle is Modernisms in Ukraine, which is extremely intelligent by the curators of avoiding this thing that the Russians have been doing for like forever, namely appropriating artists for themselves. Now I learned that it has still been such accusations, which is ridiculous. Anyway, an absolutely stunning exhibition. One of the best exhibitions I've seen in my life. Fresh, showing how Ukraine is part of a common European culture, but not. But I haven't seen these artists before. I recognize the movements in which they're in and the epochs and so on, but the approach is fresh because the individual temperament and the individual approach is different. And that is not about survival, but in this case, this is actually about stating we exist, this exists. And in that way, Oksana writes a preface to this anthology that will be presented tomorrow, I think, about the writers who are there. They are not there to boast, but to explain. And this is what this exhibition also, in an extremely intelligent and on the highest possible artistic level, does. There are other alternatives. I will be very brief. In the field of literature, which is also more my field, there is in Germany, for example, an upcoming project which is focusing on translating key works of Ukrainian writers into the German language, which are not existing anymore. I think it's called 33 books or something. I don't remember now. It's driven by the Ukrainian, meanwhile, Austrian writer Tanya Malyarchuk. There's another example in the English language, which is driven by Sasha Dovchuk, who does the same thing. And these are all projects that are the core of those are artistic quality.
Yeah, and actually I want to mention, because you talked about your literature magazine, that's super important to make a networking between these small, so-called small languages. And at Ukrainian Institute, we established a special award for translators that translate from Ukrainian to another language, Sweden, Arabic, and yeah, it's called Drahaman Prize, established with the Pen Club and Ukrainian Book Institute, and that really promotes. And I mean, we do not support this. Publishing books, but we support translators because these figures are ambassadors of Ukrainian culture. They may never been there, but in some point they decided that these authors, these poems, this novel are so, touched deeply that it should be translated. So that's another way of how to, just like keep us going in this post-imperial world.
My question will be to all of you. But again, Carla, I will start with you, because you live in another post-imperial country, which used to be this big culture, but 100 years, a little bit more, 100 years ago, and not so big now. I mean, this contemporary. So, and it's still. I mean, Austria still benefits a bit on this imperial legacy. And I must also say that this imperial legacy, particularly in the case of Habsburg Empire, which was relatively liberal, sometimes cruel, instrumentalizing definitely, but still quite liberal for these small cultures. So we also benefit from this legacy because it gives us this this power of being referred to. All of you, what do you see in the modern world besides than being an empire in the past, in the past few hundred years, or being a big power, on the sea, for example? What are the way to become more visible, to need less footnotes?
Me first? So I will start somewhere else. As a Swede, you're very often, this is a favorite anecdote of mine, and as a Swede, it used to be at least that, until we joined NATO. We used to be this neutral state. You were not dangerous in any way. If anything, you were a little bit naive, but you were not a threat. Right? You perhaps a little stupid, a little bit unaware of the past, and so on. But I went to places, and I was always greeted in a very friendly way. The only time I've not been greeted in such a friendly way was in Kiev. I don't know if it was you and me who had a discussion in Kiev, but it was a long time ago. And there were these two guys who were, they were looking at me all the time, really in not such a friendly way. And we went out to have dinner afterwards, and they went to the same restaurant. They were not part of the, organizational teams, and they were there. And I felt a little bit disturbed. So I went up to them and said, "Have I said something wrong? Why don't you like me?" He said, "You're Swedish." The Battle of Poltava. And the Battle of Poltava is, for those of you who don't know it, is 1709, where the Swedish king loses to Peter. Let's use the name that is usually there, Peter the Great. Yeah, and that is the start of the downfall of the Swedish Empire. And Sweden has a great power, but for Ukraine, this was then what they then told me, these two young guys, that if we wouldn't have been such cowards back then, Ukraine would have been in the sphere of influence of Sweden and not of Russia. And that was, so to say, it was our cowardness that so to say, made that happen. But 1709 is so to say, perhaps the starting point of this downfall, but it's ended then, the Swedish Empire, really 1809, 100 years later, when Sweden loses Finland in the Finnish Wars. And that means that Sweden has shrunk quite quickly from a very powerful a superpower, European superpower, to a rather small nation. We still had Finland, Norway then, which we then lost in quotation marks 1905, but still a small country. And I see that today as a blessing, because we had time to get used to this and also lose our phantom pains. And with Austria, that is not really the case. The Austrian-Hungarian Empire went down a little bit too late, and therefore these phantom pains are still there. And therefore also you had the Vienna Congress, which is, for example, the restoration of all the big powers having their backyards, having their spheres of influence. And this is why it's so easy for Austrians to fall into this trap that, well, NATO is on the backyard of Russia, and Russia can do whatever it wants in its backyard, because that's the kind of post-imperial mindset that they have, right? And this is, Sweden doesn't have that, and Sweden is one of those small nations, and this is, I think, why Sweden has become a great supporter of Ukraine, not only because of Ukraine, but because it's a support for a world order that gives every, within quotes now again, small nation the right to decide its own destiny. This is what is in the OSCE, in the Paris Accords, or which was established in the Helsinki Final Act in 1975, almost 50 years ago. And that order is absolutely crucial for these small nations, not as much for the big ones. So therefore I think that relation to history and that self-identification as a small country in a bigger concert, right, is crucial for how you deal with the situation today.
Michael?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to bring it down more to my level. Eurovision. So, early this summer, there was a big event in Tartu where everybody was supposed to get together and kiss. And they, on the stage just over here, were a lot of people who represented Estonia in Eurovision over the years. Eurovision is very important for Estonia. They kind of, what year did they win? 2001. It was part of this returning to Europe narrative, right? This whole kind of thing. So, why am I talking about this? Because 2 years ago, well, Ukraine won Eurovision, right? Kalush Orchestra won. And so the next year, as is tradition, traditionally it's supposed to be held in the country that won. But Britain came second, which was a shock, and it was held in Liverpool. So I happened to be in the UK at the time, and I went to Liverpool for the occasion. And as I mentioned before, when I lived in Kiev, 2010 to 14, people didn't know so much about Ukraine, to be honest. But in Liverpool, everything was Ukrainian flags. There was a lot of cultural connections. It was you there, yeah, okay. Yeah. So thanks, yeah. But it was really interesting to see the way that artworks were created in the city. For example, one of the statues in the centre of Liverpool was protected with sandbags, the way that in Lviv we've seen this, so you know more about this than me. What was also interesting was the way that people in Liverpool understood Ukraine. So, as you kind of mentioned, Ukraine came onto people's radar at this time because of the full-scale invasion. So people that I would speak to there were saying, yeah, we hosted a refugee, or we know somebody who did. But also they were connected by football. In 2017, it's a painful memory, I went to Kiev to watch the Champions League final between Liverpool, my team, and Real Madrid. Sergio Ramos should have been sent off. He wasn't. We didn't win, is the point. But Liverpool fans basically took over the city. It was a very strange day if anybody was there at that time. Park Shevchenko was absolutely a sea of red and football fans and everything. But many people in Liverpool, when Eurovision was happening, were saying, oh, we remember we went there, or we saw the videos. And these connections between Ukraine and the UK, they created a sense of people knowing a bit more about it and caring a bit more about its plight. What I've observed in Estonia this year as well is the way that Estonian cultural figures have been collaborating with people from outside. In Võrumaa, in the middle of nowhere, Mari Kalkun is a very famous musician here, invited some musicians from Japan, and they've made an album together. And these guys don't even speak any. I tried to speak to some of them, we couldn't really communicate enough in English, but they made music together. And I know Mari has been to Japan and Korea and making these connections between Estonia and these far-off cultures. And there are many examples of this. So I think it's not just about high culture. I've been to this exhibition in London a few weeks ago that you mentioned. It is excellent. But I think it's also on a day-to-day level, the music people listen to when they're not, you know, when they're just in their car or whatever. This is a way to make this connection and make these so-called small cultures even more visible, I think.
Okay, thank you.
I must say that it's a really warm buzz for Ukrainian Institute, because you mentioned this exhibition. We organized a public program, and with collaboration with British Council, we organized it UK-UA season, which got this grand finale, in Liverpool, actually. So, but answering, it's so pleased now. But answering your question, and I suppose it's a sad answer, what should we do, to be more visible? We already have a war with Russia for 300 years. I think that we just need one generation that lived without war, without oppression, without genocide, without tortures, that we can just calmly establish our own institutions, rise our generation of artists. They gave them mental space, safety, provide them with all normal life. Other nations have to be able to create, new some wave of something, cultural trend or cultural event, That's probably an answer, because now we're talking and the whole generation of Ukrainian artists literally dying in Ukraine, in the front line, in occupation, yes, so on occupied territories. Yeah, so it feels like we just need a victory first, and then the years when we can establish our own culture and institution. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And how do you see this next step from visibility, basically from getting attention, to being recognizable, to being really known, to become a part of the chord that everybody knows?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because since February 2022, a lot of scholars, researchers, critics, they mentioned that we probably shifted from post-colonial state to the decolonial one. Mm-hmm. So we became kind of engine, locomotive, of these changes. And I suppose our next step is discover our own identity with this new point of view, mm-hmm. and then understand who we are, because except of our trauma, so we go through this trauma timeline, and goes to some point next.
Yeah, I realized I didn't answer your question. So I talked about something else I found interesting, but I thought it was related. But now I will actually try to answer your question in a completely different way. Staying though perhaps in high culture. I told you the Euroscene story before, and I'm since a long time no longer the president or editor-in-chief of Euroscene. What I'm doing now is what you mentioned before. I'm the program director of something called Debates on Europe. And Debates on Europe is carried by two German institutions, the German Academy for Language and Literature, which is based in Darmstadt, and the S. Fischer Foundation, which is based in Berlin. And together with local partners, these two German institutions go to places where the idea of Europe is in some way or other at play, it's challenge, it's at stake. And in 2015, we made a trip that started in Minsk, and from Minsk we went via Kiev to Kharkiv. And in Kharkiv we cooperated with Shadan, who was, so to say, our local partner in Minsk with other people, and this means that a group, not a huge group, but a substantial group of Western writers, artists, intellectuals, researchers, civil society representatives, journalists, come and see something that these were not Belarus experts or post-Soviet experts or Ukraine experts or war correspondents or whatever. The war was on in Donbass already then. It was, this kind of normal people that didn't really have a relationship, and they came back from there, and I'm included in that as well, seeing the world completely different. And then the revolution in Belarus happens, 2020, so 2 years before February 2022. And there is a group of people that would never ever have a relationship to this country and what is happening in Minsk and what is going on there, that now has that and start to react immediately by writing pieces in the newspapers or sitting in television studios and whatever. The same thing was with, of course, with what was in Kharkiv. And therefore, in that way, by such groundwork, you prepare the ground for these personal contacts that are actually become enormously important on a much higher and broader public sphere level. So this is one way, or one part of such an endeavor.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will challenge you here. Does it always work? So because it sounds very easy, you just bring nice people to some place, and after that they become somehow emotionally engaged with it.
No, of course not. That's not the way you do it. Because that's a traveling circus, right? That's a UFO that goes down somewhere and then it goes up and then it comes somewhere else. That's not the way you do it. What you do is that you create an environment, a setting in which these people can meet also on an eye level, but also you have people there that realize we are not there to teach, we are there to interact, engage, listen. And then you create the grounds for a network and for these personal relationships, but they need to be cultivated then. Right, as well. So it's not just, okay, you make a little event here and there, and then people go there and everything is solved. No, you need to do that, and it's different in every place. Kharkiv is different from Minsk. In Kharkiv we had the final panel discussion was in the big auditorium of the university, a public thing. It was full there. It's the only time in my life so far I've been to a public intellectual discussion where you had armed soldiers sitting in the audience, which is a huge shock. Only that is, a huge shock. The national anthem was sung both at the beginning and the ending of this thing. This is also something that I've never encountered before. So you get this thing. In Minsk, the repression was already so hard and harsh that we couldn't have any public discussions. We had to have discussions in closed facilities, in so-called safe spaces, right? So you need to do it very differently in different cases. But to answer your question very clearly, no, that doesn't always work.
Mm-hmm. Michael, can you share your experience with us? How people become emotionally engaged or just intellectually engaged with, say, less known cultures, less known places?
I don't have a quick answer for that. I think it's difficult. I agree. It is, like Karl-Henrik said, I think it is about people visiting a place, having these human contacts and so on. I mean, I don't have any experience of really fostering that relationship. What I can say is that I have noticed that more and more people have been coming to Tartu. In the summer, I teach a course at the university. And what I have noticed is in the past, people were coming here because they were interested in Russia, in the neighbors. Mm-hmm. More and more people are coming because they're interested in what's happening in Estonia. Some of that is what's happening in Narva, for example, which is obviously on the border. But people are interested in what's happening in Viljandi, what's happening in Tartu. So I think there is, it kind of works both ways. People are coming here. And what I try to do in the course I teach is to introduce them to things in Tartu so that they'll go away. Even anecdotally, that as you walk up the corridor here, you might see a strawberry sticker on the wall. This is a local artist, Curator, who makes these. And we went to a street art gallery in Viljandi, which is a small town about an hour from here. And the students were given some free stickers. And they were all fighting over these strawberries because this was the really cool one they want. So now probably they've stuck them around in, Catalonia or Croatia or wherever they've gone back to. Mm-hmm. So I think how deep that emotional connection is, it depends on the person and the situation. But those connections, they're about contact, I think, in different ways.
Mm-hmm. Anastasia, I have a question about so-called global structures. As we had this famous Ukrainian case, like 100 years old, with Carol of the Bells, when Ukrainian song was, kind of appropriated by American pop culture, and now it's known all over the world. Not always known as Ukrainian, but thanks to your efforts, I mean, the Ukrainian Institute, we are now getting it back as we reappropriate it now as Ukrainian one. So, the world is more globalized now than 100 years ago. So all this mechanism, all this instrument, much more faster and efficient than back then. So is it a way for us?
Actually, it's maybe not so fast as we think, because last week our creative director Tatiana Filevska was at Carnegie Hall, where Kashitsa performed when we performed 2022 at the anniversary, and she booked Carnegie Hall in 100 years in advance for the next anniversary of Shedrik, of Carol of the Bells. So I suppose we have some sustainability in this world. Yeah. So, but your question was, how this change?
Can we use this mechanism? Can we play with these instruments? I mean, like getting engaged in this global pop culture machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eurovision is one of great example how you can promote your culture easily by one song using these tools that exist for decades. Yeah, absolutely. And the major events and locations like Cannes Film Festival, Venice Biennale, yeah, that's also an accelerator for Ukrainian art, especially for our pavilions. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, we can use this, and I don't know what's gonna be in next century, but I suppose that Carnegie Hall will stand where it stands now, yeah.
Okay, so we have about 15 minutes ahead, even a little bit more. So I think we could open the floor for the questions, for the discussion. Okay.
May I start with a question? What song were you referring to?
Carol of the Bells, which is Shedrik in Ukraine.
All right. It's the Snowman song. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. Thanks for educating me. But questions? Yes.
My question is can you hear me? To Anastasia. I like your metaphor of kind of traveling from one culture of suffering to another culture of suffering. But, and this is, I think, it has a lot to do with this post-coloniality. Do you think these spillovers have some civilizational limitations? What I have in mind is that this post-colonial solidarity does not work, frankly speaking, beyond the Euro-Atlantic world, in the global south, for example. As a practitioner, are you still trying to reach out to non-European audiences with your messages, with this kind of culture of suffering, which again has a quite clear post-colonial background, but it's not that evident for people in Indonesia, in India, in Brazil. So is it still worthwhile to keep trying?
Absolutely, and that's what we discovered for ourselves and for Ukrainian Institute after the full-scale invasion. We was so oriented on the European scene that we wasn't particularly represented in the other regions. So now we've got 3 new divisions, I don't know how to call it. We got some new geography department that covers Latin America, cover India, Indonesia, Africa. So, and we know our messages, and we know that we got a lot of common in especially post-colonial dimension. Yeah, we suffered from different colonial, past, but we still got a lot of similar patterns how to go through that. So yeah, it's definitely worse and it works, but it's a long way. I mean, we can see result maybe in decades.
May I just say something to that as well, because it's not only state organized efforts in this direction as well. As you might remember, when Vika Amelina was killed in Kramatorsk. She was there with a group of Latin American journalists. Natalia Humenyuk has worked on different continents, in Africa and in Latin America, with these efforts as well. And I've had some little insight into some of these things. And in almost all of these cases, it works because it also established this personal relationships, and they become advocates of a cause because they see that it's a just cause, because the perspective is shifting. The reason why Africa or Indonesia or you know, in Asia or in Latin America have this idea that as the U.S. is the colonial power, right? It's the global colonial power, and Russia is against U.S. That means that it cannot be put into this pattern of colonial, while it's clear for everyone who looks into it and sees to it that Russia's war on Ukraine is a colonial war, right? And when that becomes clear, then one can also, these journalists or whatever it can be, can describe that to a local opinion, and that would work. It's extremely difficult and a tedious work, but still, there are several of these initiatives.
If you allow me also a small comment, thank you. It was super interesting, your discussion. Probably just a small comment in a change of perspective, which might be helpful for especially what you said, Anastasia. I think it's good. I mean, honestly, the so-called Western or civilized countries, or whatever that means, by the way, it's interesting to say that they have an established cultural whatever values. I think it's quite important to look a little bit behind, because I mean the fall of the wall and the end of the Iron Curtain, that gave, honestly, on a German perspective, the first time to look into the Eastern world. It was just it was an Iron Curtain. So, and naturally, Germany looks at Eastern Germany. It's a language barrier. I mean, we have a little bit more than just to say it's an established culture or not. Plus also, and this I would say is in general, I mean, we face a common development the last, let's say, 40, 50 years, 60 years. Depends where we look in, of course, but we face a little bit. So also in Germany or in France or UK or whatever, the internal discussion has changed. The look beyond your own small cultural background has changed. And I'm just like to mention it because I think it's I mean, you haven't said it, but as none of the cultures is homogene, and there's a discourse, and this discourse that is super important to recognize or to learn or to be curious or interested in something beyond my own small city or my country. This is something we can do all together, and we need all do together and not just wait for A and B. And just a mini thing, because I loved you put the cultural, the popular culture in. Honestly, it plays an important role, yeah, of course. And if it comes to small culture or not, Ukraine won the Eurovision contest 3 times, Germany 2 times. So who's bigger? Funny. Yeah, we are not. No, UK and Ireland. Sorry, you can't beat Ireland. They won it 500 times. No, but it plays a role. That's just what I wanted to say. And popular culture, of course. I mean, it opened a lot.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm introducing myself. I am neither a politician nor any other important person. I'm just a volunteer who helps NGOs in Estonia and helps to bring contacts and people together to strengthen aid to Ukraine through ordinary people like I am. And I believe that the real power is all of us, the whole nation, and I'm not talking about Estonia, but also, I mean, all the countries surrounding Russians. So my question is there anything I can do for you to increase the aid for Ukraine? Thank you.
To increase in aid, you mean the help? Yeah.
Aid, yes. Thank you.
I think it depends on what aid. I mean, we got a lot of humanitarian fund that can be donated, and you can support artists also directly. So, and even your truly involvement in Ukrainian discourse is also matters, yeah, a lot. So I think even that you're here today is already, yeah, it's kind of help for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I may ask that attention is an important resource these days, the deficit resource, so attention is important.
I see here in Estonia a lot of people are tired of it. I want to wake them up like I heard, and I feel it inside me. Still, I feel it inside me. I heard when I was thank you. When I was 5 years old in 1991, and I am not, but my father was an important person in 20th August Club in Estonia. You can look it up in Google. Okay.
A footnote.
Yeah, footnote. He helped Ukraine also in 90s, so I'm not going to be a politician, but I see I can help the other way. So maybe later I can ask from you few questions. Thank you.
May I just ask one question there, because Estonia is doing such great things, and I realize that there is this €2 coin, which is dedicated to Ukraine here in Estonia, that is being sold together with a card, so that you at the same time then support Ukraine when you buy this €2 coin, including the card. It's a donation. Where can I get that?
In Estonian Bank Museum, actually, you can get.
In Tallinn.
Tallinn, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is probably from Art Academy. Ukrainian student have made this, and I think you can buy. We bought it from the museum of Estonian Bank. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. I would want to relate to the previous question that quite often this attention that Ukraine gets abroad is something that we would want to follow with an action. And I could see that a lot of people in Estonia quite often ask, how can we help? What is this small but feasible action that we can do, how to help? And I believe this is also like one of these focuses that we do some of the work to gain attention. Some attention we just get, unfortunately, by the events that are there. But we do the work to get attention to Ukrainian culture, and it needs this transformation into some step that would be actually helping to Ukrainian society, culture, and so on. So something that is visible. So I would also, I'm going from people, like person to person, ask, like, so what is the specific things that we can do? And I also would want to refer to the previous question that I really liked your expression that also looking at the map, that we are countries that are not by Russian border and feeling the pressure of Russian border, but we are the countries surrounding Russia. Just a note. Yeah. And I would like to ask you, primarily Anastasia, your vision or your opinion, what would be the Ukrainian brand in future after the end of the war? We had the, let's say, different key points or key focuses. There were more of the, let's say, the influenced by the Soviet propaganda. There was the attempts to establish our own brand through very simple elements of culture. Now, in the war, Ukraine formulated this brand quite strongly, but it still has a lot of this trauma as the first entrance, as you mentioned. What could be this key, I don't know, the vision, or what could be this brand? What could be the keywords? What could be the face? What is the next line, trajectory of it?
Yeah, thank you. Honestly, I've got no idea, because it really depends on how war ends. And so a couple of suggestions. Probably we were based on this resilience concept, yeah? The mix of irony and strengths, yeah, inner strengths. Also, looking on our artistic landscape, I understand that we had an enormously powerful documentary filming school, because that the people who work on frontline, who documenting not only the war crimes, yeah, and on the battlefield, but also this, you know, hidden life of cities that are not on the front line. So I suppose our documentary movement will be one of the signature, but also it's, I think we got, it's probably more Oksana area, yeah, of expertise, but essays and the non-fiction writing, because we do not feel that we mentally prepared to write fiction, yeah, but non-fictional literature probably it's also could be our brand after the war, or even now.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Yeah, totally agree. So, any questions?
I want to sing one song about 400 years, and I think what Ukraine now learn, Ukraine learn, we never never trust to Russian our freedom, and we can live without weapon. We always must be ready. It's what we learned for these 400 years. And the song is... А вже років 400 я козак в неволі, понад Дніпром ходить, викликає долю. Гей, гей! Із води, визволь мене, серденько, із біди, визволь мене, серденько, із біди, не вийду, козаче, не вийду, соколе, ой, рада б я та й сама в неволі, гей, гей, у неволі, у ярмі, під московським караулом, у тюрмі, під московським караулом, у тюрмі. Гетьмане Богдане, нерозумний сину, занапасти військо ще до Полтави. Та й свою країну, гей, гей, занапастив, зруйнував, бо в голові розуму мало й мав, бо в голові розуму мало мав, а вже років.
Thank you.
That's a powerful statement.
I want to say thanks for the zoo who did everything for Ukrainian, for Europe, and we can create, we can live, you can come back and create something new and peace country great.
I want to say this is a powerful statement here, you know, just singing, yeah. Thank you so much, I enjoyed.
Yes, I must say that we had several discussions that the first kind of quota, you know, for our discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you all to everyone who participated today. I just remind that that was discussions within the project Ukraine Unmuted, implemented and provided by the Cultural Strategy Institute from Lviv, the part of Lviv City Council, and supported by European Union and by European Renaissance Foundation from Ukraine. Again, thank you very much. And the most thanks goes to our hosts here. Here in Tartu. Ernie, thank you very much. That was a great job.
Thank you, Oksana. Thank you, all speakers and guests. I guess this is the moment to also say see you for our viewers online. Support Ukraine. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nüüd, kus on see ülekanne lõppenud, now that the transition is over, I have a couple of notes still.